Alright, let's get things started. I got my PNG back up, fixed my mic, and we should be good to go for today. Thank you guys for coming. I'll say that again as more people obviously trickle in. But yeah, another big day today. Third place for IJL Finals, as well as obviously the finals match. But we're gonna get things started with RC versus Fav. Not the matchup that I expected for third place. It's really genuinely unprecedented here to have RC not in the finals, at least for me and my poor little predictions, but it is what it is, and Fennel absolutely deserved their spot in the final. So yeah, kudos to them. Um, but getting into the oh, there we go. Yeah, getting into the third place match. Definitely, yeah. My apples are gone. My apples are gone. But it's fine. I I can't say I didn't expect something to happen. Um, it's not unprecedented completely, I would say. But anyway, here we have RC Reject, formerly number 2 in the world. Now, well, we'll see. But fighting here for third place in Japan League Finals, which to be fair, I will say, Japan League is definitely different from Koa because it's more contained. You're kind of, you're playing against teams that you know very well as opposed to teams that you don't. Obviously, it's a little bit harder or it's a little bit more uncommon to practice as much with like a China team. So it's a little bit of a different kind of scaling as opposed to global tournament, but it is what it is. And Fav obviously has been doing really, really well this season. Definitely excited to see them in the finals in third place matchup. I hope that going into this match, we're looking a little bit more stable than yesterday in terms of Fav, because again, well, to be fair, Zeta obviously very, very locked in, very on focus, out for blood, going up against Fav. You know, it is what it is. But they have, I guess it's sort of a chance for redemption here in the third place match. But regardless, I mean, making it into the top 4 of all of Japan League, it's not anything to sneeze at. So very well done there. What else do I have to talk about while things get started? I don't even know, but it's good to see you guys again. Evening Skies, Juliet, anybody else who's here, thank you for coming. And yeah, I'm going to just go ahead and get us forward a little bit. Coco making a little speech there, I guess. It was Etha, by the way. If you were here yesterday for the Fav match, and for my questioning of what it was that Coco was doing, it was an Etha impression. It was the wind, and then the hit, and then the attack recovery, and then dashes. So yeah, I mean, very well done when you see it in comparison, but a little bit confusing, isolated. I don't. Please stop staring at me like that, Monoperry. Thank you. But yeah, my apples aside, I'm definitely excited to see kind of what RC brings to the table because I'm going into this blind. I am going into this blind. However, I did see several tweets on my timeline about what the fuck is RC doing with their band pick. So I'm a little bit scared. I'm a little bit scared going into this. I guess we'll just have to see. We'll have to see what happens. We'll have to see how this goes. But I'm a little bit afraid, but we'll see. We will see. And Fab's definitely been a really fun team to watch, especially this season. They've been very fun. They've been pretty locked in. I mean, apart from yesterday's match, I feel like they've been very strong this season. So yeah, I've definitely been paying attention to Fav for a minute now. Cocoa, obviously, a big part of that. but I do like it when the coaches have fun because when they're on stage, I mean, they're really just there to stand there in a suit. So it's exciting when they have a little bit more fun with the job. Hafu as well on RC has a lot of fun. And his streams are also very, very fun. So I think I've talked about that before, but yeah. See, none of this is encouraging me. They know what they're doing. I saw one clip and man, this is not this is not very encouraging heading into this matchup. But City, our beautiful, beautiful rescuer. In a good way? Okay. Okay. I'm still apprehensive, but we'll see. It's hello bird. Yeah. Yeah. Is it going to be great though? Is it going to be great is my real question. But hello Manny. Glad you were able to join. We're in for a fun one. We're in for a fun one. For my sanity to, oh yeah, I figured. We're I'm glad that my voice is intact now, but it was dead at the end of yesterday's stream and it'll probably be dead tonight as well. I do think this is not going to be as long of a stream as yesterday. The stream itself was an hour shorter. Like the total runtime, I think yesterday's stream was 10 hours and then today's stream was about 9. So that's a little bit more encouraging for me, which to did he really? That's awesome. I'll have to go back and I'll have to go back and watch. Did I? Okay, I think I messed something up with my mic, but whatever. Yeah, I'll have to go back and watch like off. Oh, okay. What are we having for us today? Hermit. That's Hermit. I actually recognize it this time. Well, not because because I actually play the hunter that we're imitating today. So yay. I'm like, that's the ball teleport. I would know that ball teleport anywhere. But yeah, it looks like we are going to be on Arms Factory for our map today for round one. Interesting. Actually, we haven't seen Arms Factory as a first map pick for a while, so that's interesting. They're cooking something. They're cooking something. So we've been seeing mostly bigger maps for our round one, which to be fair, I mean I think I would no, this is interesting. I would say they're probably setting up for Peter in this situation. Not so much for their survivor side. I definitely think that Arms Factory is going to be a Peter specialty just because of Opera Singer. It does give Chicken quite a bit of opportunity though. We do have obviously we have the Dream Witch on the table. Um Ivy's okay on Arms Factory. I think the main thing, it's definitely small enough for her to maneuver, but the problem is tight kiting. Also, no, you are not late at all. We actually just started, so yeah, right on time. Haven't even gotten to the first matchup yet, so we are good to go. But hello, welcome, Pommy. Glad to see everybody here. I think we should be like about to get into. Oh, okay, no, it's actually another 2 minutes, so I'm gonna fast forward. Um, just in the interest of time, I do think that today's gonna be a shorter stream. However, there's still a lot of matches to get through, so if we would stop buffering, that would be cool. All right, there we go. That's about close enough. So yeah, sorry about the 10 minute. Sorry about the 10-minute follower banner. It's mostly to trying to curb the bots. So We didn't have any last stream. I think a couple streams ago there were a couple bots, but it's fine. As much as I would like to let people talk immediately, I also don't have a separate stream mod, so it's a little bit easier to manage from my end. Yeah. But all right, let's get into round one, first half. We're going to ban out the coordinator as well as the prisoner. Hello, man in red. In the audience there. But yeah, prisoner ban is crazy. The fact that we're in the meta right now where we're banning out prisoner first. I get coordinator first ban is definitely just, don't want to get that as our first two picks. But all right, and we're going to have Wildling as well as Aeroplanist. Once again, I am paying for all of my comments about how we haven't been seeing Aeroplanist as much. I feel like definitely we've been seeing Aeroplanist a little bit more around one. I would say I'm a little bit sad to see him locked out right away, but okay. Well, I guess double two and a half, or not even two and a half rescuers. I guess it's one rescuer and then two half rescuers, which makes two rescuers. So we got psychologist on our bans list as well. I would say maybe like if we're gonna go with this comp, maybe lawyer or something. But even then, if we're looking at Ivy, then lawyer's gonna be useless. So we could probably go compo. Okay. Um. What what is Hafu doing? He knows what he's done. He knows what he's done with that ban pick. Yeah, this is absolutely a slow and steady wins the race. Very, very Koa 4. This is very Koa 4. With the I mean, at this point it's triple rescuer. The fastest decoding on the team here is going to be coming from the aeroplanist. This is man. I mean, I guess if we're trying to, yeah, I mean sculptor for Koa 4, Dream Witch for Koa 4. If we're looking at that Dream Witch, then I guess so, but we're in round 1. We still have Ivy on the table. We still have yeah, okay, so we are going to go with the Ivy. I would say the main concern here for RC is going to be the fact that they're not going to be able to decode. Because Chicken's just going to continually leech around the map. I'm a little bit... Well, okay, no, I understand the order in which they did this ban pick, because locking out Wildling and Aeroplanist first is not really consequential. And it also meant that none of the other rescuers were banned, because it just, that wasn't Chicken's focus. So, yeah. It's an interesting choice. The problem here is that none of them are going to be able to decode, because Ivy can just go ahead and leech off all of the ciphers repeatedly. It's a very small map, so she's going to be able to do that pretty much infinitely. And the only one with good decoding here is the Aeroplanist, who I guess will... yeah. It's... I'm trying very hard to find a reasoning behind this comp, but it's not coming to me. It's not coming to me. I'm very glad that I went into this blind though, because I did consider like watching for round 1, but what? He's so proud of himself. What is happening? Well, these hold 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 the phone. Hold. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. Yeah. Can we just what? Okay. Okay. All right, yeah, we've got flywheel on Merc. We've got flywheel. At least we have Tide. Okay, at least we have Tide Turner on one of our rescuers. We've got Tide Turner over here on Wildling and flywheel. Okay, okay. It's just happy third place matchup. Round one, game one. We're, we're just gonna have to buckle in. Let's go. I feel like I maybe this is just mind games. Maybe it's just mind games. But I don't know anymore. I I don't know anymore. You would never see this in IVL. You would never see this in IVL. So, all right, we are going to get the leech in on City. Wow. Going to leech Rowley as well. I mean, to be fair, we're in round one. We're in round one. There's 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 at least two more rounds to go after this, so even if they scuff this one, there's still plenty of room. We're going to use that. That was an interesting blink. I'm a little bit surprised that blink was used that early. We're going to get our first hit in on a Monoperry a little over a minute into the match. I'm trying very hard to focus on what's happening right now, but I can't get past the comp. Oh my god. Okay. We're going to continue the chase here. Recyphers are looking pretty okay, all things considered, but I think the main problem here is that Ivy can just go ahead and sniff out the Aeroplanist, who is the only one on this team who can decode decently. So, yeah, that's going to be a fairly quick down there. Insolence at work. And we also have Basement here. I'm going to go ahead and detach the Yith, try... Looks like we might be able to leech off Soba in that center cipher here. And Monoperry is going to go to Basement, Chicken on the move. It looks like we're heading towards Rowley, hashtag Decoder Merc over here. And Soba coming in for the rescue. This is really just the everybody is city match. Wait, Rowley? Oh, wait, was that flywheeling the corruption over there is interesting. I don't know if I would have sent that into cooldown that early, but we are going to get the hit on Sova here, Monoperry, with a lot of distance. We do still have the hover to work with as well. Okay, we are going to use that just to get out of the way. Actually, did the hover... Oh, okay, I think Monoperry actually used the hover to get out of the radius. Oh wow, that is a... that is a great back room there, cheering on Chicken. I'm really enjoying the back room clips. I'm really happy that they're doing that. I hope that they extend that to like main season as well. Because they weren't doing that for main season IJL. They've only been doing it for the finals. So I hope that they have like the team interludes popping up in the future. Because I do like that. I have City coming in for the rescue as Wildling. I do have to specify now because we have three and a half rescuers on this team. Nicely done with the scare there. We're sitting at 98, 100. Oh, is this rescue going to get stuffed? And yes, Chicken with the Terror Shock. Very nicely done. And that's going to be a chair on City. Monoperry is going to take off. So that is the decoding potential of this team. Gone. And we're back in Basement now. Soba has taken a hit, so our remaining rescuer is Rowley. We do have 3 elbow pads to work with, unfortunately. Flywheel is still on cooldown for about another 30 seconds. We are going to go ahead and sniff out Soba here on the decoding. Just get that leech in play. And, okay, no, we're actually going to go ahead and teleport. Oh, and a Terror Shock right on the edge of Ivy's hitbox. Going to get the hit on Rowley as well. Elbow padding into the basement to get this rescue. We do have Blink available as well. Unfortunately, Chicken not going to be able to use that to get the fall hit. However, Rowley has taken a hit there. Flywheel not quite going according to plan. And City is on board. We've got one hit down on that board. Soba already down and has also exhausted that self-heal. This is looking. I'm just gonna take a guess, conservative guess here, and say that yeah, we're looking at a 4K. I really like Kurashiro as the new NAU commentators. I think that I've been watching Kurashiro for a while actually. Okay, that was over quick. Yeah, I'm really happy that we have Kurashiro as a commentator now because I like his commentary a lot. And I think that NAU definitely benefits from having somebody who's actively playing in the server on commentary, because I think that that's kind of an issue that I have with the current commentators, is that they don't play the game really. But having a top hunter perspective, as well as just like the amount of analytical knowledge he has, it's I'm like, finally I can listen to NAU commentary. But yeah, he's at Evo. I saw him on like the list of commentators that they had, and I was like, Posh Spice? But yeah. I mean, I'm glad that like we are seeing some of the what's the word? Like some of the NAU commentators like doing other things outside of IDV, because I mean, obviously it's a very seasonal gig, but yeah. There's a whole world of commentary out there. I can only hope that I'll make it there someday. But yeah, I don't have anything to say about this match. I don't have anything to say. This was a match, that's for sure. I yeah. Yeah, it's gonna be 5 points to 5-0 to RC for the first half of the round, and we're just gonna go ahead and get to the second half, because yeah. All right, there we go. But yeah, once again, I mean, it is round one. As long as Peter is able to 4K in this situation, then we're going to be looking at tied points and heading into the next match. So it was I definitely, I get the throwaway round one strategy. It's not the most, I guess. Oh, interesting. Okay, Fav actually taking the polar opposite result here. We're going to see those same first two bands, but our first two selections are going to be Antiquarian as well as Puppeteers. So that's two pretty heavy hitters locked out first. It's a little. I love that Lewis takes up so much space on the thing that he's completely overlapping Antiquarian. That's. But yeah, no, it was a match. We are going to ban first officer. In response, we are going to get the mercenary. I I feel like the antiquarian lock here is interesting, because that does mean, I would say yeah, they're very worried here about Peter, especially since, you know, pretty much, I mean, we could go Ivy, we could definitely go Ivy here. I would say maybe Opera Singer, but it's pretty either or. But this is a stacked team comp. We've got the Antiquarian, we've got Rechargeable on the Seer and the Merc, as well as Puppeteer. It's again, it is a little bit unfortunate that we're not going to have Antiquarian on the table, especially because that does mean Peter doesn't need to ban her, or Akka later on won't need to ban her. So I'm a little bit sad to see, and Puppeteer as well. I mean, Puppeteer, you can go Seer, obviously, Perfumer, etc., to get some more of those things. Psychologist as well. Okay, yeah, we are going to go with a second Ivy. Very cute cosplays. I do like that we cut to the cosplays in the crowd. But yeah, I mean, it's completely opposite approach here to the second half of the match. We're going to see a very serious comp as opposed to whatever Huffa was cooking in in the first half. Man, man, I don't even know. I don't even know what was happening there. All right, getting into spawn picks here, we're going to see Peter actually going for the top corner here. I would say looking to lock off Felix's Cypher down in the bottom corner. We're going to see Narisu spawning near Factory, Apai and Dacho near the Shack. It's not a bad comp for Ivy either. I'm honestly a little bit surprised that they didn't lock Journalist first. Fav generally locks Journalist first. She's not bad on Arms Factory either. There's actually a lot of spots to use Journalist. I would say maybe they were a little bit unconfident in the Journalist pick after yesterday's match, or they're saving her for later. But I am a little bit surprised to not see Journalist coming out here from Fav. She's kind of a staple of their round one, but yeah, I mean, I guess anything's on the table now after that first half. We're really, you know, anything goes at this point. Now, thankfully, we do have Tide Turner on the Mercenary this time, as well as on the Puppeteer. We've got Flywheel for Antiquarian, and yeah, Seer does have Broken Disc. Yeah, I would say maybe there's a little bit of regret for that ban pick going on. But heading into this match, Fav only needs one escape coming in here, but we are up against Peter. So not as easily said than done. But we will be heading on to Apai for our first chase, potentially. It does look like that's going to be the case. So Apai is sitting at 60 stacks of that corruption. We're going to get the Yith in position, looking for a sandwich here. Trying to get that corruption up to 100 stacks. There we go. Nicely done. And we're going to get that first hit in here. Oh, waiting until the very end to try and lock Apai's camera angle in. And that's going to be a successful second scare. Coming right off the heels of that first hit. So very nicely maneuvered from Peter. We're going to see that scare go up to 82. We're going to hide the camera trick there. And a blink for that terror shock. It's going to be a very early down from Peter. Barely over a minute. Ciphers are looking slow, as is typical for an Ivy match, but with a down happening that quickly, we're really looking at a fast pace here. Heading on to Dacho, going to get the leech in. Felix, though, coming for the rescue here as Puppeteer. We do have Tide Turner again. But it's going to be a matter of if we're able... Are we going to be... Okay, we're going to get the puppet in and missing our... Oh, no, actually getting the hit in. Yep, that was a hit on the puppet. So Felix only at a quarter damage here. And, ooh, nicely done with the owl for that 100% stacks of corruption. Apai going to be able to continue this chase, but actually, oh, missing the stick, and we are going to get that scare in there. And that's going to be our second down. Just a little bit unfortunate there from Apai. Looking around with the Yith, trying to find where the decoding is happening. We're going to park a little bit next to Felix. However, Felix is on Yith cooldown. I don't even know what happened with the hitbox there. That was a weird... That should have connected. I think maybe the scare had gone through before then, and it just finished the accessory effects. But either way, it was nicely played from Peter. Good rescue there from Dacho, not getting stunned out of it. We're going to head back onto Apai. Apai can be leeched again here as well. We're going to hang out with the Yith, trying to get it into position. We've got that 100 stacks, and there is no chance for Apai to use that pallet, and he will be going straight down here once Tide Turner is exhausted. Now, we are pretty localized in the corner of the map. Ciphers are... We're still at 4 ciphers remaining. About to be 3 ciphers in the middle there, but it actually looks like we're pressuring Narisu off of that cipher. So, oh wow, we're matching Holic skins. I don't think that's actually happened. At least that I've seen. But to be fair, it's because we haven't been able to lock Seer. However, Nerisu is going to take a hit there. 59 stacks of corruption. We do have Flywheel still to utilize, as well as both Knee Jerk and Broken Windows. But heading over towards Mercenary here, it does actually look like we were able to heal up. And that's going to be another... Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, Mercenary healed up through Puppeteer. However, that did mean he was still at chip damage, and that's going to mean he's one hit down. That's a little bit unfortunate there. And yeah. We're at 3 ciphers remaining here. Almost 2 ciphers, but we already have 1 elimination here. Dacho also on share. Nurisu at half health. Felix coming in for the rescue. And we're going to see the Leech here once again, looking for... Let's see, we've got Puppet in play. Going to try and wait that out here, and Dacho is just going to go ahead and take that hit. Unfortunately, Felix not able to body block there. We do have about halfway through our last 2 ciphers, but with only 1 survivor able to decode at a time here, it's not going to be a very fast pop if we're able to make it that far anyway, as well as Ivy cipher pressure not making this easy. We're going to leech off Narisu here. Felix coming in for the rescue. And we're actually going to go ahead and go for the teleport here, just heading straight towards Narisu, allowing that rescue to happen. But at this point, map control really is Peter's focus. Does not want these survivors to be able to decode. Leeching off that cipher once again here. It's at 51%. Both Dacho... Oh, we're going to miss that blink there. A little bit of a unsuccessful prediction. Peter getting a little bit, I would say a little bit overextended, but not quite overextended, just because we are keeping the survivors away from the ciphers, and that's really what Peter's going for here. Trying to use the stun. Oh, nicely done through the window there, getting that 100 stacks of corruption. Felix back at the cipher. It looks like we're actually going to try and break the Ostrakhan here. But of course, Felix... okay, no, Felix actually can't be leeched yet. We're going to try and go for the Yith scare, but unfortunately not going to go through. Unfortunately, that cipher is not going to pop by the time Felix's cooldown is up, and that's exactly what is going to happen. We're going to re-leech, lock off that cipher, force him to come in for the rescue. He can rescue this because he is Puppeteer. However, he's going to have to be careful. All right, yeah, there we go. Puppet activated, and we're going to... Oh, unfortunately... Peter getting... Oh, just waiting out the puppet there. And that is going to be Felix down. Looking for Dacho here. I think we are going to go for the struggle free, or at least just go for the drop. Yeah, we're going to go for the drop. The Yith on the move, looking for Dacho. And this is... We're looking like 5-5 here in the first round. 5-0 and 5-0. As long as we're able to find Dacho, but that's definitely going to happen sooner than later. Peter looking around. Does not... Oh, Dacho actually in the locker! Yeah, you can't leech when you're in the lockers. That's actually a very good strategy here from Dacho. We're going to go ahead and go for the struggle free. Dacho actually getting out of the locker here. If Peter switches at this point, that could be very detrimental, but actually no. Oh, yep, we are going to... Ooh! Going for the teleport to go for the stun on Felix and just waiting out that puppet. That's going to be our second down here. Dacho is out of the locker, but are we going to be able to find him is the question. He has moved well away from the Yith. Peter on the move, but unfortunately on the opposite side of the map from where Dacho is. Calling the Yith back, we're actually going to restart. Dungeon is here, however, we are going to have to wait for Puppeteer to bleed out if Mercenary is going to get it. And oh, unfortunately, caught right in the corner here. No elbow pads left. There's really nothing for him to work in. And yeah, we're just going to go ahead and get the blink down here. Puppeteer does have self-heal, but at this point, with Peter knowing where everybody is, this is going to be a 4-man elimination as soon as either they surrender or, okay, no, we're actually going to go for the self-heal. Fav wanting to try and do everything in their power just to make sure that they can try and get the solo escape. Nicely done on the pallet stun. That is the thing with Puppeteer, is that he's a huge time waster. But we're just going to continue the chase on Felix, going to get that 100 stacks of corruption, going for the double scare. Felix is now no longer has that self-heal. Dacho, though, can still self-heal. Of course, we are looking at a mercenary, so it's taking him quite a bit of time. We are going to get that self-heal up, but with no elbow pads, nothing to work with here. No pallets in the area, even. This is not going to be a very long-lived containment. Nicely done with the scare to avoid that vault. And yeah, it's GG's. I'm a little bit surprised that they haven't surrendered yet. I think, okay, yeah, there they go. There they go. And looking at the chat, Professor wasn't popular because you can just wait out the scale. That's really all it is. He's annoying, and I think he's a little bit underutilized just because he's annoying, but also, like, you can literally just wait out the scale for like 3 seconds, and it's kind of the same. I feel like Puppeteer does Professor better in terms of, you know, even if the scale or the puppet is baited out, it still wastes time. The scale wastes time, but it doesn't waste enough time for it to be very significant. And of course, the cooldown. Puppeteer doesn't have the same cooldown. And I don't think Cheerleader works on Professor. I would have to go and test it, but I do think that because Professor is a rechargeable skill, I don't actually think Cheerleader recharge works. Again, I would have to like verify that in game, but I'm pretty sure if it's a rechargeable skill, so like Composer it doesn't work on, Prisoner it doesn't work on, trying to think of others. Seer it works on, but that's because you can, like, if you have multiple owls, it'll reset that cooldown, but it's not going to obviously reset like the owl itself or give you another owl. Yeah, I think if it's an exhaustible skill or if it's a stackable skill, then it'll reset. But if it's a normal skill that just recharges infinitely, then I don't believe it works. I would have to check. I do honestly need to go and do that. And kind of like figure out how, like, the specifics of how Cheerleader works, but yeah, anyway. What a round that was. What a round. Oh no! I just lost my entire place. I always forget that that happens if I have, like, the, what am I looking for? There we go. Oh yeah, no, Peter's crazy. I do wonder if they're going to keep Peter out for round 2. I guess we'll see in the next half, because I did kind of skip through the sub window, but I would say they definitely can keep Peter out for 2 rounds, especially if they want to kind of play this slower. I think keeping Peter out for 2 rounds and then bringing out Akka for round 3 might be a good strategy, but we'll see. All right, we're going to go with the game 5 comp here. Perfumer as well as Painter being locked in. Did talk about Painter a lot yesterday, but just to recap, Painter is actually a pretty good pick here, and a very fun pick as well. I'm very happy to see more Painter because he's a strong character. He's absolutely a strong character. We're going to see the Seer as well, so really taking out these heavy hits. I would say in this situation we're looking to counter the Opera Singer. We're also looking to counter the Dream Witch. Both of these are pretty good picks here for Chicken, but Painter's still effective against, well, I guess Painter's slightly less effective against against an opera singer because she can just catch up. But with the speed boost, it's definitely not a bad pick. I would say it's less of a like specific counter comp. Well, I mean, they're really what they're doing is they're counter comping single hit hunters. No rescue is. I mean, going from full rescue to no rescue is kind of it's a little interesting. I feel like psychologist does work well as like a substitute rescue here. I would also not be surprised if Soba's going to be carrying Tide Turner as well. We did see that yesterday with Gardner. I think we also did see it with RC Perfumer. So yeah, they're pulling out the odd comps, but honestly, this is not. Is that once Alva? That's once Alva. As well as a journalist there in the front row. Manchurian Crane Geisha in the back. I love the cosplays. Okay, yeah, and we are going to go with opera singer. This is definitely just like a general. Well, not really general, but it's definitely a single hit hunter like counter comp here. I feel. Hmm. It's definitely hard for an opera singer here. I think it's really just going to come down to RC's rotation if they're able to actually focus on those ciphers. Because that was the main thing. I mean, the main thing in the last match was that nobody could decode, but now we're looking at 0 decoding debuffs. So, yeah. But we are going to have City spawning over at first stop, Soba at fourth stop, Rowley in the 2-story, and Monoperry up in the tent. It does look like we could be seeing Monoperry first chase here once again, especially if we do rotate towards the bridge. However, I don't know if a Cypher is actually going to spawn on the bridge with this, but I guess we'll see. I feel like leaving that Cypher as well could be a good idea from Chicken's perspective, but... I mean, at this point, I would say Painter's probably the best first chase here, especially for an opera singer. Not that anybody here is even a bad chase. They're mostly just time-consuming. I would say Painter's probably the least time-consuming if Opera Singer is able to get hits very quickly, which Chicken's definitely capable of. It's still going to be an annoying containment. Okay, yeah, we are going to go with the double Tide Turner here on Psychologist as well as Perfumer. Flywheel on Seer. Oh, actually, Flywheel and Broken Windows on Seer. No Borrowed Time. We're going to have just Broken Windows and Borrowed Time on Painter. So definitely not bad in that front, but heading into things, we are all tied up here from this first round, so we will be heading to 4 rounds automatically, but heading into round 2 first half, we are actually going to go for Seer on first chase. Definitely not a bad idea, especially since it does take some time for that owl to come back. We do have a second here to start trying to get that first hit before the owl returns and is usable, but Rowley obviously going to do everything in his power to avoid that happening. Owl should be back momentarily. About 30 seconds into the match here. I actually don't remember how long the owl takes, but oh, okay, the owl actually coming back right before that first hit. Unfortunately, Rowley not able to get it out in time. So that was very well done there from Chicken, not allowing any reaction time. We're going to get that vault. And kind of looking for the double back here, but Chicken unfortunately not able to do so. Definitely a lot of resources here to work with in Godkite for Rowley, and of course we still have the Owl as well as Flywheel. We also have Broken Windows, and we're actually going to bait out the Owl there. Nicely done. Chicken taking this time to break a pallet. Just kind of leisurely going through the owl cooldown. And oh, just a little bit mistimed on that Flywheel. We are going to see Rowley downed here a little over a minute into the match. About the same time it took to get that down at first in the previous match. But yeah, we are looking at much better Cypher progress than we were before. We've got 2 Cyphers, 3 Cyphers remaining. Third Cypher being decoded there is at 80%. City is going to take a hit pretty far out. Of course, we are looking at a Psychologist, so that's not the biggest deal in the world. And we're going to be able to get pretty much a no damage rescue there. Obviously, we do have the shield taken away, but that's not the end of the world. We do still have City at full health. And Rowley is going to go down towards the middle of the map. But very good Cypher progress here from RC. We've got all three of our final Cyphers started. And hard at work. Although we are going to need to see, I would say Soba's going to be coming in for the second rescue. That's where that 29% Cypher has stalled. Yep, we are going to see Soba in the area right outside of the two-story, giving Tinnitus for a bit. Chicken heading around the outside, unfortunately, in the wrong direction. Soba, are we going to go for this rescue? I think we will be going for the rescue. Okay, yeah, we are going to be going for the rescue. Taking a little bit of time to get there. But yeah, we're going for just last possible second. We are going to bait out a perfume here, looking for the terror shock, and we're going to get it! Nicely done from Chicken! Soba just took a little bit too long to get to that chair, allowed for the mind game. That is very, very good here for Fav. And for Chicken, I'm a little bit surprised that we didn't just get a cut to the back room there. But yeah, that's a little bit unfortunate. Actually, a lot of bit unfortunate. Ciphers are looking okay though. They can definitely bring this back around to a tie, but that's a huge damper. That's a huge damper on the momentum from this match. City taking a hit very far out here. Yeah, I don't even think they're going to be able to make it to that chair until after half. That was definitely not according to plan. The question now is, are they going to be able to adjust? But oh, City not quite able to bait out that teleport. That was what the crouch was for, kind of trying to bait the vault, force Chicken to teleport back. But unfortunately, Chicken not falling for it. We are going to get the rescue on Soba. But with that Cypher just kind of sitting at 71%, it's just a little bit unfortunate there. We're going to actually start two new Cyphers here. Monoperry can come in for the rescue, but it looks like we're just going to go ahead and wait in Godkite, trying to draw Chicken out. Unfortunately, Chicken doubling back, and it looks like we have caught sight of Soba here, who is still at half health. We are going to use the perfume there. Nicely done just to get back to that pallet. Not allowing Chicken to get the hit, but this looks like, oh, okay, yeah, well, it was going to be another Terror Shock if Soba had taken the vault. But City was rescued here. The problem is that Chicken is keeping them away from the Cyphers. They're not able to go for any prime. Soba is dead on share. They can try to kite this out for a draw. I think that's definitely possible, but it's going to be difficult. I also just realized that Chicken has not used his secondary skill. He's had Warp this entire time, and it hasn't come into play. I do wonder if we'll see it now. Nope, we're just going to go ahead and go for the dash. Monoperry taking a hit there. We do have Painting almost ready, and we're actually going to switch to Teleport here instead of that Warp. We're going to head on to City, and City unfortunately losing that pallet mind game here. And heading for second chair. I think City was rescued before half. I actually don't remember. But we're actually going to go for the drop, looking for that 4K slug game here. And heading towards the center. We have not quite caught sight of Monoperry yet. Monoperry actually hiding in the basement here. And it looks like Chicken may have actually figured that out. Or at the very least, we do have Tinnitus over here in the tent. We're going to try and sniff out where Monoperry's hiding. But Monoperry actually leaving the basement here. And we have caught sight of that blood trail. Nicely done with that Painting, though. Unfortunately, it's really a temporary solution here. We have managed to get City back up and heading towards that Cypher. However, Monoperry is going to go down, unfortunately, losing that pallet mind game. Are we going to go for the chair is the real question here. if Chicken drops now, they will be able to go for the pop. And I think he knows that. So I think he is going to go for the chair, try to force the pop. We're not going to go for the pop, actually, but Monoperry's not dead on chair. This is, in fact, Monoperry's first chair. City can hide for dungeon, but it's really not going to be easy, especially with this top-down view. I do think we did catch sight of Psychologist's hair, and yeah, unfortunately, Opera Singer hitbox right through that pallet. That is going to be another 4-man elimination here for Chicken. Very nicely played. And yeah, he's very proud of himself, as he should be. That was very, very well done. That was nearly, absolutely could have been a draw. Could have been even a 3-man escape here for RC, but that terror shock on Soba just completely cut their momentum, and they just weren't able to regroup. So that's definitely something that they're going to have to review later on, because the ability to regroup in that situation is definitely what sets apart, the top team, or the top teams, I would say. Kind of being able to, reset, regroup, refocus, not get so thrown off by a mistake. Looks like, okay, we are actually going to have Peter on round 2 here as well. I feel like after the first half of that match, though, I wonder if they're kind of rethinking that, but of course it's too late now. No chance to sub in Akka before this round, so yeah, we're going to keep Peter out. I do feel like that's a good decision here, though, because Peter does have hunters. Obviously has a lot of hunters that, or not a lot, but I mean, between Opera Singer and Dream Witch, my god, Ivy, they're definitely in good shape on a hunter perspective. Okay, it actually looks like they are going to opt to ban the Opera Singer and counter comp the Ivy. Not surprising, I will say. Not surprising here at all. And it does look like Fav actually avoiding the journalist here once again is going to go for the psychologist as well as the aeroplanist, which is a little bit interesting. I feel like they're going a little bit on the cautious route here. First officer would be good to lock in now. First officer would be very good to lock in now. Okay, no, we're going to go for the seer. I feel like the thing with seer against Ivy is that you're only able to really get one owl, if I'm not mistaken. I guess you could stare at her back, but yeah, it's a little bit difficult to work with here. And yeah, we are going to go ahead and ban that first officer. That's why I was saying, first officer would be good to lock in now. Unfortunately, it looks like we are going to have to go for the Merc, which isn't bad. Merc's definitely very good against Ivy. I would say, I feel like first officer, it's not as much of an opera singer situation. Ivy is definitely just a little bit weak against strong rescuers, especially with her rescue stuffing potential. But I mean, we did just see, Chicken go up against 4 rescues. So anything can happen. Now, Moonlit is a much bigger map than Arms Factory, so if/when we do lock in the Ivy, that is something that Peter's going to have to keep in mind. Kind of keeping up that map control is a little bit more difficult on a map like this. But yeah, okay, yeah. Ivy here once again. Embalmer ban first is actually interesting. I'm a little bit surprised about that. I mean, it definitely makes sense. I feel like Embalmer is something that Fav would have locked in first. But I also feel like saving Embalmer for later rounds is a good idea. So if they had locked Embalmer in first, it would have been a little bit unfortunate there. But we are going to see. It looks like Dacho and Nerisu spawning near and in the 2-story. Felix is going to spawn actually right next to where Peter has spawned. However, this is going to that's going to definitely be a rotation either into God Kite or into the first stop, and up high over near the 10th/4th stop. I feel like the nerfs I feel like it'll impact Opera Singer a little bit more than Ivy. The Ivy nerf is definitely warranted with the Yith body being slowed down. But I feel like Opera Singer might be kicked down a peg, but we'll see. I mean, the issue is that her kit is just that good. That's why she's been nerfed for pretty much the entire time that she's been out. I do feel like the nerfs are a little bit overkill in terms of Opera Singer. I feel like the issue is that it's very difficult to balance these strong hunters. Um it's difficult to balance strong hunters to go against, to have them be balanced on all levels. Because right now, Opera Singer and Ivy are both terrible to learn how to play, but they're really strong once you master them. And that's why they keep getting nerfed, because the masters of them are very, very strong. But, trying to learn them at this point is like, I don't, like, they're practically unplayable. Well, I would say Opera Singer a little bit more. But nicely done with that mind game there from Peter. This two story is a little bit difficult to navigate, especially um with the Ivy, but yeah, Peter just doing a really good job of keeping that camera angle intact, getting that scare on. We are going to see the owl in play here, and warp coming through. Are we going to be able to get the heavy hit? We do have flywheel in play. Nicely done, Nerisu on the pallet drop. And we're not quite going to be able to leech, but the Yith trying to move into position. We're going to see Narisu continuing this chase. It's a little... I feel like Peter taking this approach is a little bit dangerous, especially since, those ciphers are moving very, very quickly. And Narisu does have another pallet to work with here. Are we going to go for the scare? Okay, no, we're actually going to go ahead and go for Appai, who is able to get the Aeroplanist hover off. Nicely done there. Peter just teleporting a little bit too slowly to take full advantage of that corruption stun. And Appai is going to take the containment here. This is a sticky situation for Peter to be in, because he doesn't have the map control that he was able to set up in the previous match. It's going to be a little bit more difficult, especially with the lack of that first down here. Narisu has already been able to heal back up. Of course, we are owl-less, but Fab doing a really good job on this Cypher rush here as well. We've got 3 Cyphers remaining, nearly 2 Cyphers remaining. We're still missing that final Cypher, but without a down here just yet, it's going to be a little bit difficult. Peter switching targets here, once again heading towards Dacho, kind of trying to play a little bit of damage control here later in the game. The question is it going to be too late or not? Going for the hit, Dacho able to get a pallet stun in, unfortunately not quite fast enough to negate that damage taken. But heading back to the other side of the map, it looks like we are looking to pressure Appai here once again. Appai moving away from the Cypher right before that timer runs out on the Yith. But we are going to transfer the main body away. Looks like Appai using the jetpack to get out of the range of the Yith. We're going to head back onto Dacho here. Both of the pallets in that area have been dropped, making a very good kiting area. However, it does look like we're just going to continue moving around with the Yith, trying to keep the survivors on their toes, not allow them to decode. The issue is that they are, in fact, decoding very efficiently here. We've got nearly 2 ciphers popped, a 3rd cipher on the way. And with this amount of cipher progress that Fab has been able to get without a chair in sight, this is very, very good for them. We are going to get that stun in. Narisu is injured once again, unfortunately, because he was able to heal up before. That means a lot less than if it was on the first chase. So, Peter switching targets here once again, heading towards the other side of the map. Fav is a little... It looks like they've kind of cipher locked themselves. Not quite. Actually, have they? I can't quite tell from this angle. But I think they may have cipher locked themselves a little bit. But with the amount of decoding progress on there, as well as the fact that there are 4 survivors... Okay, their ciphers are a little bit spread out, actually, here. I think that depending on which one they pop, they will be a little bit localized to the center. But they're not, like, locked. So that is good for them. We're going to get the stun in on Felix here. But with this rapid target switching, not quite able to stick to a target, it's very difficult for Peter to actually get any leverage here. We're going to switch again over to Dacho, trying to just continually camp these ciphers and slowly chip away at the survivors. This can definitely work out the longer that we drag it here. But it's going to be hard fought. Peter missing the hit, unfortunately. Right now, it's really a matter of wasting their resources. The fact that they've been able to heal so efficiently, though, is very, very good for them. Appai on that final jetpack here. Oh, and actually vaulting into Peter. A little bit unfortunate there. But with the Yith on, we are able to keep track. It looks like we're not going to quite detach the Yith just yet. Peter, trying to play with the camera around this pallet, is able to go ahead and get that Stacks of Corruption. We are going to have our first down 5 minutes into the match. 2 ciphers remaining, nearly 1 cipher remaining. That cipher is about to pop. We have our final cipher is at 90% here. We're actually going to, it looks like we might be going for a double prime here just to keep Peter on his toes. Unfortunately, we do have the cipher. We do have the cipher pressure here allowed by the Yith, and that's going to make it a little bit difficult, I would say, to properly double prime this. But Dacho coming in for the rescue here. We do still have Tide Turner active. 2 ciphers primed here as well. I would say the most ideal situation here for Fav, I would say maybe, or the most ideal situation here for RCA is going to be a draw. If that. If that. Staying on Dacho here, we are going to be able to get the we are going to be able to get the stun there. Dacho heading for second share, but both gates well on their way to being opened. Appai actually taking a second to make it to the other gate. Will he be able to make it in time? He actually has nothing to work with here, so this may actually turn out to be a draw. Yep, Peter using the warp just to cut him off, and Appai, yeah, unfortunately just not at the gate in time. That is going to be a draw. It very well could have been a 3-man. I don't know what Appai was doing out there. But yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate, but still a very, very good result. And that actually puts Fav in the lead here with 7-2 in the second round. So yeah, first round, unfortunately, not quite going to go anywhere. That is going to be, that lovely little 5-5. So yeah, just starting from round 2 here, we've got 7-2 in favor of Fav. That is definitely not what I expected heading into this, but still very, very well played. I feel like RC might, I don't know what their strategy is. I feel like they might just be, looking to kind of close things out once there's more bans, once there's more stuff on the field. But even then, with how well Chicken is playing today as opposed to yesterday, I feel like they may have been expecting that. They may have been expecting Chicken to be a little bit more easily mind gamed. So yeah, and very, very well done there from Fav, having the confidence to, we'll take your Ivy again. We don't care. We'd rather not go against your opera singer. We know what that opera singer's like. But, I mean, the containment times here are very, very well done. Especially considering that most of it was all individual containment. There was very little post-rescue containment or rescuing containment here. Yeah, just overall, that is the name of the game against these top kind of top tier hunters. You just have to force them to overextend. Get them flustered. That's how it's done. But heading into round 3 here. Now, to be fair, even with the points lead, it is still technically 1 draw, 1 win. So if we're going on rounds alone, that does give RC a little bit more encouraging of a chance here. But heading into Chinatown here for our round 3, we're going to see Chicken banning out the Seer as well as the Priestess. Obviously, we are going to ban the Opera Singer as well as the Ivy. Really no other choices there. That does leave Dream Witch on the table. It also leaves quite a few other hunters. We can see the Hermit again as well from Chicken. I would definitely be happy to see that. That went very well yesterday for Chicken on Chinatown. So would not be opposed to. However, I do, yeah, we are going to, looks like we're counter-comping actually both the Hermit and the Dream Witch here. Forward a little bit, well, forward I would say more specialized toward the Dream Witch, a little bit with Barmaid as well. Barmaid is still very good against Hermit though, with her ability to kind of Dublin away the chip damage. Coordinator is actually going to be our next ban, so we're not looking for specific Hermit bans, which is honestly agreed. The problem with banning specifically for Hermit, and the problem with picking specifically for Hermit, I feel like in this situation, yeah, so in this situation, RC is definitely yeah, we're going for the neutral bans, neutral picks here. But all of these survivors are very good against Dream Witch. They're also very good against Hermit. So we're covering both of those bases right now with the Entomologist, with the Gravekeeper as well. This is a very nice team comp, honestly. We do have a little bit slow rescuing, or not slow rescuing. We have good rescuing, but we have a little bit slow on the decoding. The only strong decoders here are going to be Entomologist as well as Barmaid. But with the containment potential of this team, I feel like that's definitely, you know, they're going to be able to compensate for that regardless of the Hunter pick. Now, Hermit can definitely put a pin in that decoding progress. However, Hermit's definitely a little bit exploitable, especially with the Barmaid on the team as well as the Gravekeeper. Gravekeeper is one of the survivors who can just, you know, delete the hermit charge with the shovel. So I feel like that can definitely come into play here if we do end up going with the Hermit. Now, of course, Dream Witch definitely still on the table. Wouldn't be a bad choice. Barmaid would definitely be a little bit difficult or annoying to handle. Entomologist support as well from Rowley is not going to be fun. And forward here as well, I mean, we saw how aggressive and how strong Monoperry's forward is yesterday. So if we're still working with that momentum, I would not be surprised. And okay, we're gonna go with Nightwatch. Kind of forgot that Nightwatch was still on the table. It's been a very long time since we've seen him. However, I don't know about this one in particular. I feel, well, to be fair, Nightwatch is definitely good against. Nightwatch can somewhat counter forward with the wind. Nightwatch can also, I do believe, can pull Entomologist out of her bees. Again, it's been a minute since I've seen a Nightwatch, so that may not be entirely accurate. Barmaid as well can struggle a little bit against a Nightwatch if she's not able to get out of the area in time. The wind as well as the dashes can put a pin in that Dublin. Gravekeeper, I feel like, is still a little bit annoying to deal with, but to be fair, that's kind of just the Gravekeeper shuffle. But heading into the spawn points here, we're going to see Monoperry taking the center. Yeah, okay, the strong wind I did think would pull her from the bees, and the weak wind doesn't. That's what I was thinking of. The Tempest pulls her from the bees. But Rowley in the hotel here. We're going to see Soba as well in the middle. I think that's near the restaurant. We're going to have City spawning near the gate. So yeah, I feel like Nightwatch not a bad pick here, not the most aggressive pick I would say, but it can definitely be played very aggressively. We are going to see that warp coming through as well as insolence and detention. So yeah, we are looking for an aggressive play style here from Chicken. Flywheel, triple flywheel actually. So yeah, definitely preparing for that Dream Witch slash Hermit. Flywheel is definitely good against Hermit as well. And yeah, but I do think that Nightwatch not the worst choice in this situation, especially with that triple flywheel. Or I mean, Nightwatch does kind of struggle against flywheel here as well, but it really just depends on the timing. Anyway, heading into the match here, first half of round 3, we're going to see Monoperry as our first chase here, possibly, but it does look like Chicken actually not wanting to go for the forward first. Definitely a good idea. We do want to leave the forward to decode, and it looks like we may be heading towards the center here, going to leave City alone as well. We're looking for Rowley here. Rowley already on those bees, trying to get as much distance away from Chicken as possible. And it looks like Chicken may have spotted him, but no, we're actually going to go ahead and go for Soba. So Soba as our first chase here. Definitely a lot to work with in the restaurant here. Going to go for the first hit. Nicely done on that flywheel. We do have the first hit active, and Monoberry coming in for the stun. And the bees as well going to go into the pallet. The double stun. Nicely done here from RC, and that is going to give Soba more than enough time to get that Dublin out. Switching over to Rowley here, we are going to see that obviously Insolence has done his work, so we do have the Tempest as well as the dashes in play. But nicely done. We're going to see another pallet stun here on Chicken. Those bees are still active. Rowley pulling them back. And unfortunately, we're not going to see a pull out of the bees, but with that warp in play, Monoperry coming in for another stun. Just heavy on that support. Now, our ciphers are going a little bit slowly because of all of this support. We do have only one cipher about to pop at this point in the game, about 2 minutes in. However, we're not seeing any chairs, so RC can definitely continue this momentum and take a little bit longer on the ciphers, but continue to have this support going. I don't think, we do have only a little bit of ball left from Monoperry. I don't think that's going to be enough for at least a significant stun. I think it's probably about 15-20% left on that ball. You do need a little bit more than that for an effective stun. But Rowley now has the hotel loop to work with. We do have the slow wind in play here. Bees doing a nice job of kind of breaking that loop here for Nightwatch. We're going to see the bees once again actually sent into cooldown here. And are we going to take the hit now? No, it's going to be another second. 3 ciphers remaining here, and we are going to see that first down. It was a very long and very, very strong first containment here from RC. Great teamwork. Just keeping those stuns going, keeping Chicken away from the survivors, and just allowing that decoding to go pretty much unimpeded. We're going to see, we've got 4 ciphers on the go, 3 ciphers remaining, approaching 80% and around, 65-70%. But Gravekeeper coming in for the rescue here well before half. Rowley is going to take a hit right away, unfortunately. But we do still have... Let's see. Okay, that was the only tide turner on the team was Gravekeeper. Thankfully not going to get that double down, using the shovel to get out of the area. And Rowley's just going to head as far away as possible from the rest of the team. We have 1 cipher remaining here, approaching 40%. All the way across the map there, so that is a very, very safe cipher. And yes, Gravecoder, it does look like we're going to see City hard at work priming that cipher, which, to be fair, Gravekeeper only has, I think, a 15% decoding debuff, so definitely not as drastic as, say, Forward. But speaking of Forward, Monoperry Monoperry is going to come in for this rescue, hiding at the top, just waiting for that cipher to be primed. So we're looking at a 4-man endgame here. Monoperry does need to come in sooner than later, though, or we're going to have a repeat of the Soba situation from the previous match. Playing around here, looking for the Terror Shock. Chicken not going for it. We are going to get Rowley down, but that cipher is primed, and we do still have the hotel to work with. We're actually going to leave Rowley alone entirely and head towards Monoperry here. I would say... I don't know how I feel about that decision, though. We're going to try and go for the 360 stun. Unfortunately, that's not going to work out. We are going to get a Terror Shock on that vault. Very difficult to get on the Forward. Exit gate is approaching around 50%. We do have warp up, though, so Chicken can turn this into a draw, potentially. It is not going to be easy, though. Back on Soba here, unfortunately, not able to get the hit through that pallet. And it looks like Chicken keeping an eye on that chair, trying to see if we see any survivor silhouettes here. We don't, so we're just going to take the extra time to try and get Soba down around this pallet. Not getting the pallet stun here once again. Warp is down, so the survivors can go ahead and rescue Monoperry. That's going to happen just the moment that Soba gets Terror Shocked here as well. Gate is at 85%, however, Soba is about to be chaired right on top of it. They can open the opposite gate, or I believe they actually have enough time here to wait this out and try to force open the opposite gate. Monoperry, though, is going to start opening the umbrella gate over there. Okay, yeah, we're back on it now. Chicken losing a little bit of that pressure. He's kind of in a rock and a hard place at this point. Soba does have quite a bit of chair left. Only 20 seconds left on detention as well. So he does need to camp Soba at least a little bit, but City just hiding out in the middle of the map. We can get Dungeon if we're looking for a 3 escape. 2 escapes through the gate, but it looks like City may actually just be heading towards the gate. Not even worrying about the dungeon. But that is going to be a 3-man escape. I think they're just going to go ahead and take the 3-man here. And yes, that is going to be the case. We're going to have a 3-man escape. Monoperry. Thank you. But very, very nicely played with that support. RC kind of working from their mistakes in the previous match, not wanting to be as solitary, I think, is the name of the game here, which is definitely a good choice. That teamwork is what sets a team apart. And I mean, RC has always been very, very good with that teammate support. Rowley Batter is the stuff of nightmares, really, from a Hunter perspective. So yeah, very, very happy to see kind of that combination stun. It does look like we're bringing out Akka for the second half of this round. There we go. All right, yep, heading into the second half of round 3, RC with a huge morale boost coming off the first half of that match, as well as a fresh Hunter. Peter heading towards the back. We're going to see Akka coming out, and Priestess and Entomologist are our first 2 bans here. I would say now is the situation where we might be starting to think about a Hermit. Unless we start seeing the Hermit ban again. No, okay, we're going to go with the Opera Singer and the Ivy ban. It would be... I feel like the issue here with counter-comping a Hermit immediately is that it's Akka. And Akka can play the entire roster. So, I mean, if we are looking at a Hermit, Prisoner is definitely a welcome face. Prisoner can't really do much of note against a Hermit apart from early game. Late game decoding is very, very difficult with a Prisoner versus a Hermit. So, I would say Prospector here is a good pick, especially if we are looking at, we could say, Hermit, Disciple, even Bloody Queen in this situation. We could see a Bloody Queen, and Prospector is very strong in that case as well, or can be very strong in that case as well. And we are going to round us out with the Acrobat. Barmaid here. I would say this is kind of a Hermit ban setup with the Entomologist. Seer, I mean, Seer and Priestess are definitely pretty standard. Barmaid, I would say we're looking at those single hit hunters. We're looking at Bloody Queen. We're looking at Geisha. A little bit less on the Disciple side. Hermit, though, can struggle against a Barmaid. So if we are looking at Hermit, then that's definitely something that would be good to take off the table. I don't want to get my hopes up too far for Hermit, though, because you never know, and you especially never know with Akka. But we can absolutely see a Hermit here. And we will be seeing if I am right in just a moment. Yay! Okay. Yeah, we are going to see the Hermit coming out here from Akka. Very exciting, very strong on Chinatown as well. And RC has left very, very good win conditions for this round as well. I mean, all Akka needs to do is at the very least get a draw, if not a 1-man elimination, just to tie things up. Anything more than that, though, RC is currently behind by 5 points. After the first half of the round, they're not. But let's see. Okay, so we're behind by 3 points. They're behind by 3 points after the first half of this round. So yeah. Yeah, I'm a little bit predictable. I enjoy watching Hermit. I really do enjoy watching Hermit, and I know that that's kind of a controversial topic here, especially in NAAU. A lot of people don't like watching Hermit, but what I like about Hermit matches is that they're always different. There's always every hunter pretty much has a different way of playing Hermit because there are so many different ways to play Hermit. KKK in particular does generally use the strategy where he connects two ciphers at the start and then connects later. I'm definitely curious to see. I feel like Akka's probably going to go with Insolence and Warp in this situation. Just because we are on Chinatown, it's a very versatile map. Warp is very, very good for Hermit on this map. I wouldn't anticipate a trump card pick just because we do need to play a little bit aggressive with Hermit. But yeah, this is a good comp. It's a good comp to bring Hermit against for sure. Mercenary on the team. Mercenary vulnerable against a Hermit because of that chip damage capability. And okay, we're actually going to bring Teleport as well as Insolence, so that's basically the same thing as Warp. Losing a little bit of the versatility without the Warp, I would say, but yeah. I do miss seeing Clerk and Wheel. I did get a little bit tired of Wheel after, the season of the Wheel. But I like seeing a good Wheel at this point. Clerk as well. I'm very happy that NAU hasn't let go of the Clerk. Because I love seeing Clerk. But heading into the match here, we've got second half of round 3. Once again, Akka in very good position here. It looks like we are going to see Dacho as our first chase, going to head on with the blue stun. Definitely want to get as much damage as possible on the Mercenary for our first hit. So 3 seconds cooldown for that charge. We're going to see Dacho using the elbow pad, just trying to keep as much distance away from the Hermit as possible. And, ooh, nicely done with that stun, just right through the obstacle there, and we're going to get our first basic hit right before that cooldown runs out. So, other survivors not able to share the damage just yet. Mercenary is going to be at that full 1.2 damage, and we're going to see the blue charge here once again. Survivors not actually switching their polarity. It does look like Appai actually is going to, so Mercenary can take another hit. However, this is a little bit of a unfortunate situation to be in. Appai is now locked on that red charge, and it looks like we are going to see... It looks like we're going to see the red charge here. Note to self, this, that obstacle is transparent on Chinatown. But that just really shows, knowledge of the map. That is crazy. Yeah, we are going to see Dacho taking that red charge. No survivors switching off just yet. I do think that Dacho would have communicated there that he was going to use the elbow pad, so no need to swap. Looks like they are going to try and go for that last-minute damage swap, if they go for it at all. But actually, no, they're not. They're just going to go ahead and eat the hit there. Just getting that tiny little bit of damage distributed across the map. I mean, definitely, I would say that's definitely the least bad conclusion. I do think if it had been 2 of them on that shared connection, I think that they may have been able to heal up Appai, but Appai definitely not in a great position right now. Not able to be healed, very much one hit away from being down. But Narisu coming in for the rescue now. We are going to just go ahead and take the hit right away. And nice long stun there from Narisu. However, of course, Akka can just go ahead and catch up right away. We're going to go ahead with the blue charge here, looking for the red. And unfortunately, Narisu missing that magnet. We do have one magnet left to utilize, and Akka is just going to go ahead and go for the drop there. Dacho, unfortunately, not able to be stunned free. Looking for a charge on Narisu there for just a moment. Oh, we actually have one more magnet here. And that is unfortunately not going to connect. Dacho is chaired right before that magnet fully went through. And Narisu is going to be downed here. That is an unfortunate situation. Cutting to the crowd here with a little bit of applause for that down. But that's just a little bit unfortunate situation to be in. From the survivor's perspective, we've got 3 ciphers remaining here. Not quite going to be enough for an ideal situation. But we are going to see, it looks like Appai did take that hit. Felix as well sharing the damage. We're going to see Dacho taking the blue charge. Felix is going to share the damage here once again. It's a little bit dangerous. It is going to keep Dacho alive. However, this is a very, very snowball situation for these survivors right now. All of them very injured. Narisu can be healed back to full, but that is the only survivor who can do so. We're going to see the red charge coming through here once again. Unfortunately, not able to go for that Terror Shock. We're going to go for the heavy hit. Dacho still up, but that is 3 survivors here. Felix is on cooldown as well, so if we are able to get the red charge here, I do think that's going to be at least a double survivor down, if not a triple survivor down. With if Apai and Narisu are able to switch off, I think that they may be healing, but this is going to be very, very difficult for them. We're not seeing that switch yet. Okay, Apai is going to switch off. We're going to miss the hit from Akka, going for the stun here. And that's going to be a double down with Apai and Dacho. Thankfully, Narisu and Felix both able to switch off their polarity. And oh wait, no, actually I think Narisu actually ate some of that damage. So that is going to be yeah, this is a very, very sticky situation, and they're also not able to heal up. Akka knows exactly where Appai is here, and we're going to go for that chair. Survivors are fairly far away in this situation. Oh, Dacho switched. That happened very fast. Appai was on cooldown there, so that wasn't going to be swappable, but yeah, that's an unfortunate miscommunication. And it looks like we are going to go for the teleport here. Narisu taking the chase. Felix isn't near a Cypher. So this is going to be, if Akka is able to get this down as soon as possible, this is going to be a double down for the Fav survivors. But I do think Felix is well on his way to that rescue. Nicely done with the magnet. And Felix was actually able to get to a Cypher there, change his polarity. So that's a little bit unfortunate that Akka wasn't able to get that down in time. We do have one Cypher remaining. Cypher is at 91, 92%. Definitely decoding very quickly. Fav can turn this into a draw. However, that's not going to be enough to win the round. They are just going to go ahead right for that Cypher pop. Felix very, very close to death there. Both survivors are at that side of the map. None of them are near a gate yet. Looks like Akka is just a moment away from being able to connect those gates. But nobody at this gate. Looking for the other exit gate. We do have that connection up now. And we're looking for Appai here. Appai is going to take the stun. Looking for the exit gate. We're going to get a second stun on Appai there. It is unfortunate in this situation that Felix is on Felix and Appai are on separate polarities. This could be very, very dangerous for Fav if that wasn't the case. But stunning towards the gate again. We're trying to keep an eye on Narisu's chair as well. Felix, though, heading towards that chair. Looking for Appai. And unfortunately, no, not getting the stun there. We are going to be able to see double stun. Appai doing a nice job with the ball. Unfortunately, that is not going to hold. Felix, unfortunately, not able to get to the chair in time either. So that is going to be Appai chaired here. Will we see the chair, though? Is the real question, because Felix is not at a gate. Of course, Akka doesn't know that Felix is not at a gate, probably assumes that Felix is at a gate, so we do want to secure the 3-man elimination. At minimum, I do believe that's going to at least close the points gap here. If not, actually, no, I think that if RC is able to get at least a 3-man elimination here, that's going to put them at a point ahead. And going for the double stun on Felix. Felix is not going to be able to open these gates in time. This is looking like a 4-man elimination unless Felix is somehow able to make it to dungeon. Now, we do have the stun. We do have flywheel as well, so we can possibly make it. We can possibly make it to dungeon. It looks like we are going to just commit to the gate, though. Felix, not a lot of room to maneuver here. We're going to get the stun, and that is a 4-man elimination here for Akka's Hermit. That is a huge momentum switch here for RC. That's going to give them 8 points in this round. Fav started the round with, well, okay. Aside from the 5-5 in the first round, which I'm not counting because it was a draw. That is a very decisively won round here with an 8-1 score in round 3. So point totals here. Let's see, it's going to be 13 for Fav,
And then all right, so there's a two. Fav is now behind by 2 points. They are tied in terms of rounds though. So if they're able to win by rounds and not points, then it's still anybody's game. But that is a huge momentum shift, a huge morale boost as well for RC heading into the later stages of the round. I feel like Fav may have let their guard down just a little bit. And I mean, I don't know if that was the plan there from Hafu, but it definitely worked. If that was the plan with that round one ban pick. But heading into round 4 here. All right. We're going to see Yami actually subbed out as the hunter here. We're going to see Lakeside again. I would definitely expect to see. Well, this can go two different ways. We could see a Wax Artist repeat as was yesterday. However, RC probably knows this going in. I would not be surprised if we see Wax Artist actually banned here. But it's definitely up in the air in terms of that. Okay, we're actually going to see we're going to see Ivy and Wax Artist both left up on the table. We're going to ban the Gamekeeper as well as the Bonbon, which is fair. We are working with Yami. And we're going to see Antiquarian and Dancer locked in for our first two picks. We're going to see Entomologist, Mercenary, and Seer for our bans. First Officer is welcome here, if that is who we choose to lock in, which it will be. And for our final pick, depending on who the ban is, I feel like, okay, Embalmer is going to be our ban. Definitely not wanting to allow RC to get any extra. I feel like we could fit in a Gardener here, possibly. Or, okay, we're going to go with the Lawyer. Definitely not a bad choice, though. I'm a little, well, I feel like Prisoner, Lawyer, Composer, I feel like in this situation, especially since Ivy is banned, Lawyer is definitely still good. If we are going to be looking at an opera singer, we could also be looking at a wax artist. I would hope to see wax artist here. I definitely think wax artist would be a good pick, especially with kind of the tight kiting that this team is looking to achieve with that dancer, with that antiquarian. Antiquarian in particular is a little bit of a hard battle against the wax artist just because of that stun radius. You have to be very, very close to the hunter. That's kind of the opposite of what you want to do with a wax artist. So, and dancer as well. You do need to play in very close quarters. I do think wax artist is the ideal pick here. I wouldn't be surprised if we end up seeing an opera singer anyway. But it's anybody's game. Okay, yep, we are going to see the wax artist here, which is I would say definitely a good choice. Yami's wax artist was very, very strong yesterday, can be very, very strong today here as well. And I'm excited to see it making a return because it was a what the Yami's wax artist, if you weren't here for the stream yesterday, was a very unprecedented turnaround against Zeta. So even if Fav didn't overall win that matchup, it was definitely a very, very good game. So I'm excited to see to get it, especially with the first officer on the field here. First officer actually does or can struggle against the wax artist. Just because of that wax, you can keep track of where the first officer actually is a little bit easier. So yeah, I feel like this is it's a very good comp to go wax artist against. But we are going to see Yami spawning in the cornfield here, Monoparian City spawning at Small Boat, Rowley spawning in the shack, and we're going to have Soba isolated over at the boat. Even with a lawyer, obviously, there's only really rock hiding to work with, but still that boat is a very, very strong position for him. Also, this stream is going way faster than yesterday's. I must say. We're only an hour and a half in and we're already in round 4, so I don't know if it's that these matches have been faster paced. It's also that I feel like I've been going faster through them as well, kind of spending less time on the in-between, which I don't know. I mean, we're here to see the matches after all. So, I'm just yapping. But we are going to see Warp as well as Trump Card here on Wax Artist. And starting things off, Rowley has not set up the boxes yet, kind of trying to hide here. We are going to see Yami starting to wax off that window. I don't think it's fully waxed. Oh no, yes it is. Yes it is. We did actually fully wax it this time. Yesterday it was not fully waxed, but we are going to see that first box dropped. Rowley being a little bit conservative with the boxes, which is nice to see considering that those boxes tend to be very, very quickly used here. We're going to see that window blocked off here once again. Rowley dropping the second box and is going to use that to transition, I would say, over to the pallet. Actually, no, trying to go for the window and was actually able to make it through the window. We're going to see that 41% wax here on Rowley. That window's still not locked off, but that window is just stacking more wax onto Rowley. So the more that he loops it, kind of the better situation that we're in. We're looking for the warp here, getting the warp, and unfortunately kind of losing sight of Rowley there for a second. We haven't broken the warp yet, which would definitely be a good idea to do sooner or later, but we are going to see that wax reaching 100%, getting our first hit on Rowley. Warp has now been deactivated, sending that into a 100% cooldown. It's a little bit unfortunate that it wasn't done right away, but it is what it is there. We're going to see Rowley taking the kite over near Small Boat. Definitely a lot to work with in this area. But with Yami being able to wax off those windows, it's going to be a little bit more difficult to kind of keep this tight kiting radius going. We're going to see 90s, is that like 92% wax here? Unfortunately, Rowley just getting waxed off right before that window vault, and that is going to be our first down. Very good kite, though. We're looking at 3 ciphers completed, even from the first officer. And that is all set. We're going to actually leave that Cypher Prime City, trying to get to the chair as soon as possible here. Taking a little bit of a longer route. However, we do see that we have another Cypher started. Still missing that final Cypher, but it looks like Monoperi was actually moving into position. Okay, actually, no, just getting to the Cypher here. We're going to see City with a second shake of that pocket watch, heading towards the chair. Looking for that wax off. We're going to get a no damage rescue. Unfortunately, Rowley is going to take that hit right away off chair. But with that no damage rescue, it does mean City can come in for another one. It also means that any other member of the team can go for that rescue. So very well played here. And we still have that 20 seconds of Tide Turner to just continue wasting Yami's time. And with this Cypher Rush, this is looking very, very good for RC before half rescue. Even if they choose not to rescue Rowley in this situation, that's still plenty of time that they have to continue decoding. We've got 85%, 52%. It looks like City may be coming in for another rescue or is just here to give tinnitus. That's definitely possible. But we're going to see that pocket watch shake here. Yami looking for the trail. And this is exactly what I meant by first officer can struggle a little bit against Wax Artist with that prediction here. Yami not losing track of where City is. So we're really looking to just waste as much time here as we can, going for that 100% wax. And yeah, City is not... Oh, City actually able to make it for the rescue and the body block as well. Very, very well done there. That I don't even know how that wasn't a terror shock. But yeah, very nicely done. We are going to see Rowley go straight down, but the Cypher was primed and we are going to be able to get the pallets done. Yami actually switching to Excitement here just to try and secure this one elimination. But such a great Survivor game played by RC in this match. We're already seeing that exit gate is open. This is going to be, I would say, a 3-man elimination, especially since Yami has gotten rid of that warp. We're not going to be able to make it to the other side of that map. Yami looking at Cornfield, but there is no one here. Everyone is on the opposite side of the map. There is no opportunity here for Yami to catch up to the other exit gate. This is GG's, and that is going to be a 3-man escape here once again for RC. Just so well played there from Rowley. That really is, Rowley is, I would say, one of, if not the best kiter. Just overall, just solo kiter, and look at that. That was just incredibly done. And yeah, I mean, not to give City his flowers, those rescues were incredible, especially against a hunter that first officer struggles a little bit to counter. Just getting that rescue right before half, getting that rescue at 99% share, just a hair away from rocketing off back to the manor and being in a very, very sticky situation. Not getting Terror Shock there, taking that body block as well, and just being able to set up that perfect endgame for RC. Just textbook 3-man escape there. It does mean, again, we're going to see very good win conditions here set up for Akka in this fourth round. If I can find my timestamp for it. That's close enough. All right. Yep. Heading into the second half of the round here, we're going to. Let's see who our first two bands are going to be. I would say Coordinator probably not out of the question here. Priestess possibly Seer. We may wait on the Seer band though. Okay, no, we're going to go straight for the Seer ban as well as Entomologist. Akka really not wanting to deal with the Entomologist today, which is fair because YoGG's Entomologist last night was very, very effective against Fennel. So yeah, not surprised to see the Entomologist coming in as a ban here. We do have the Hermit ban though, so that does mean I would say could see all sorts of hunters here. We could see another Wax Artist. We could also see Disciple here again. Maybe Dream Witch. But, oh, okay. It actually looks like we're looking at Gamekeeper counter comp here with that Novelist. Yeah, Akka did play Gamekeeper on Lakeside Village, I believe, yesterday. However, it didn't quite go according to plan. So I would say maybe, especially with the counter comp in play, I would say we may not end up going for the I would say we may not end up going for the Gamekeeper. Wild Thing's an interesting choice here if we're looking at Gamekeeper though. Uh Gamekeeper directly counters Wildling. And First Officer wasn't banned, so that's an interesting choice here from Fav. If we are trying to bait out that game. I mean, I guess if we're trying to bait out the Gamekeeper and just have Narisu handle the kite, that may be effective, but yeah, Gamekeeper hard counters Wildling because the hook directly pulls Wildling off of the boar and cancels the boar. So yeah, I don't know about that. Yeah, unfortunately Hermit banned. We did see Hermit before though, which would be why, because it was a 4-man elimination. It was default Hermit. Yeah, it was default Hermit though. So no Warden as per yesterday, but that is something I never thought you would say. I personally I could not. I don't think I could reach a point where I've seen enough of her of Warden, but that's just me. I would be surprised. Yeah, I was gonna say I would be surprised if we see a Gamekeeper pick here. But and definitely very good, especially since, um, especially since we're looking at basically we need a draw to win this round. Uh, Anne is I would say the most reliable tie hunter in this meta. So yeah. I'm definitely excited to see her as well. I mean, I feel like it's kind of been a minute um since actually seeing the Anne. I kept trying to manifest the Anne yesterday only for it to be Bloody Queen after Bloody Queen. But no, very happy to see the Anne here again. And I feel like it's definitely a good team comp to bring her against. I feel like Novelist is a little bit in danger here. He's really just going to have to raw kite. I mean, Novelist definitely can be very effective, but I feel like he's not as effective as, say, against a Gamekeeper where he can cancel the hook. It's not as if you can really cancel the cats, especially once Presence is out. I would say first chase might be a little bit difficult if we end up chasing Narisu first, but I mean, it's still an Ant. She can still cancel the skill. She can still stun, so yeah, a good situation here for Akka to be in, especially since one man elimination is pretty much Honestly, if Akka only gets a one-man elimination, RC is leading in points. So if Akka just ties and then it's a tie again in round 5, that's definitely that's a workable situation. That's a workable situation to be in, because having that point lead, I mean, it would be a dangerous situation to be put in, but it worst case scenario, or not worst case scenario, but like second to worst case scenario, as long as Akka doesn't get four escaped, that would be very, very good. But Wildling coming in with the Tinnitus cancel. However, Akka does obviously no spawn points, so we are going to start heading towards Nerisu. And those boxes have already been set up on the big boat. We are going to get our first cat in play, though. Akka actually waiting on the cat is going to go ahead and break that box that's been set up. We're going to cancel the cat's skills here. And Nerisu is going to be locked off. However, it looks like we're heading in the direction of Felix here, looking to just continue to break. Oh, we're going to see the warp come into play. And I would say we may actually see a double back through that warp. Felix actually heading directly into that warp. Did he not anticipate Akka returning to it? Very, very well done. And a nice jump as well, just to get out of the radius of that slow box. Great work with that warp. And that really is, that's why I like warp so much, because you can play that mind game. It's not as decisive as Blink. It's not as decisive as Teleport. You can really do a lot with it. But we are going to see, it actually looks like Akka did bring Confined Space. Oh, and we're going to see the Novelist swap coming in. Good to waste time. However, Felix kind of running right towards where Akka drops down. And we're going to see Narisu continuing to come through with the support. We're going to see the jump. And that is Felix down. Is Basement here is the real question. I don't believe Basement is here. They wouldn't have been looping it as aggressively if it were. Yeah, okay, Basement is in Shack. I was going to say, if Basement's here, that's going to be really bad. However, we do still have the bad chair over here. This chair is one of the best from a hunter perspective, one of the worst from a survivor perspective. There's almost nowhere to run coming out of it. So that is going to be a bit of a tough situation here. Dacho does have Tide Turner here, so that can be very good for Felix on a rebound kite. However, with no boxes remaining, it's going to be a little bit difficult. But looking for Dacho here. We are on board. This does look like it's going to be an after half rescue. Kind of trying to get those ciphers with a little bit more progress on them. But with Narisu having supported the kite as well, it's not going to be easy to get those ciphers decoded in time. It looks like we're looking for the double stun here. Unfortunately, not able to get a stuffed rescue there. Dacho was still on board. However, we're looking for the double hit. And Felix not quite able to get out of the area yet as well. Akka has plenty of time to work with. Kind of looking for a flywheel there. Unfortunately, Felix does have broken windows, and we are going to get the hit. Now, Felix is going to run into the corner. They're trying to waste as much time as possible. Boar is on cooldown, though, from Dacho, so we're not going to see any balloon rescues, any stuns coming from that direction, and Felix is dead on chair. Now, we do have 2 ciphers remaining. This can be a draw. This, I would say Fav can definitely push this to a draw, but that's still going to lose them the round. So they do need to push for a 3-man escape. Odds of that, not great. Definitely not great. But heading towards the shack here. Now, Fav does have the advantage of Lakeside being such a big map. They are very, very spread out, and it looks like Appai is going to take this next chase. Now, Akka can afford to play this a little bit conservatively. Already, he's tied the round. So even if this is a 3-man escape, he's already tied the round. There's much less to worry about. And ooh, we're going to see that interaction bomb being very, very detrimental towards that pallet breaking. But another cat on Appai. Are we going to be able to go for the stun? It looks like Fav actually healing here. Akka going right in for that pallet stun. We are going to get the double cat, but with the double cat, that stun is not nearly as long. Now, we do have warp to work with. We did see I think that was Crows actually over there, so we do know where the at least one of the remaining two survivors is. Ciphers are not looking very healthy right now, looking very underfed in this situation. We're going to see, it looks like we're heading towards that center chair. Dacho is close to the chair. If we wait this out, I would say we'll be in a good position, just kind of waiting it out, wasting time, going for an after half rescue. However, Akka does still have that warp to work with, so they are going to need to be very careful with how they play this. Nerisu is going to be forced off of that cipher. Appai will be rescued, but that's, it is what it is. As long as we're disrupting the decoding in this situation, that is definitely what Akka wants and needs to focus on. And with confined space here, that is going to put a stop to this loop that Narisu's trying to set up. Going for the double cat stun pallet break, and that's going to be our first hit. Narisu does still have flywheel to work with, as well as it looks like a full book there to swap with. Akka is going to need to be mindful of that coming into play here. Yep, there goes the swap. Unfortunately, not much that can be done about that. Nicely done on the flywheel, though. Akka looking to set up that jump, and we're actually going to get rid of the cats here. Cypher is approaching 70%. Narisu doing a really good job on this containment. Another cat here, and oh, Akka actually missing the hit, but fortunately that stun was long enough. We see 91, 92%, 94. Akka getting a little bit stuck on the barrels, but they're not quite going to be able to prime it in time. It was very, very close there. Now they can go for the rescue pretty much unhindered. Heading for the double stun here. And now Akka knows it's prime. It's going to be a little bit difficult. Oh, they can't pop it yet. They can't pop it yet because Narisu doesn't have borrowed time. Very well played from Akka here. And yeah, Akka definitely knows Narisu doesn't have borrowed time as well. Because of that flywheel usage, because of that broken windows usage. Dacho back on board. Looking for the rescue. Off board here. Akka just needs to get the hit on Narisu, missing here, and is actually going to be able to get the hit on Dacho. That Cypher is popped. We have a 3-man endgame from Fav. If Narisu is somehow able to kite long enough to get dungeon, that will be very, very impressive. Nicely done on the swap. Unfortunately, Akka still has a jump to work with, and with that freeze, Narisu is going to go back down. Now, neither gate has been touched yet. We do still have warp to work with. It's a matter of whether or not we will be able to figure out which gate these survivors are at. Now, that gate is at 16% here, looking for the survivors. Now, we don't have tinnitus in this area. Akka going to head back towards the warp, just to give him a boost towards the other side of the map. Survivors all staying well out of tinnitus range. Pulling the cats out once again. And heading kind of in the direction of Appai, looking for that tinnitus. Looks like we didn't actually catch sight of Appai yet. Did we catch sight of Appai heading up the boat? Yes, we have now. We absolutely have now. Appai does still have at least one ball to work with. Does still no flywheel. Unfortunately, it does look like we have borrowed broken windows. Dacho is at the opposite exit gate in a moment, but this is going to be at the very least a 3-man elimination. It actually looks like Dacho has crows over at the other exit gate. That's no longer going to be the case. Akka is going to be able to chair as close as possible to that opposite exit gate, though. Looking for a 4-man elimination here. Really just cementing the lead. Cementing the lead for RC. And, oh. Eh? Oh, okay. Wildling was able to get the gate open. I don't know how I missed that. But yep, that is going to be a 3-man elimination here for RC. Absolutely not a bad result. Absolutely not a bad result. That brings us to 15 points for Fav and 21. Am I doing my math right? Yeah, it's 21 points. 15 to 21 right now, heading into round 5. So even if this last round is a draw, RC has both the rounds, and, or I mean, if Fav wins the next round, I think it'll have to be by a pretty significant margin because RC has built up such a point lead. I think, yeah, I think at this point they would have to 4K and 4 escape. But let's see. Map ban pick here for this final round is going to, I think that was Ever Sleeping. If it will stop buffering on me. Yep, that is going to be Ever Sleeping Town picked from RC. So a fairly neutral map. However, RC has played very, very well on Ever Sleeping from their Survivor side. And okay, yeah. So in this round, if RC is able to get a draw minimum, that's going to be a win. So we may not even see the second half of this round. RC in a very, very good position here. Does look like they're going to have Akka hunting first, or I would say, oh, Fav would have chosen the Survivor faction first. That's a little bit interesting. I mean, I guess that is hmm. I mean, I guess that does kind of put it into perspective if they're able to not get 4K'd by Akka. Then they'll proceed on. But yeah, I mean, this is a very tough situation for Fav to be in. If they get less than a 3-man escape here, then we're not going to see the second half of round 5. Because RC will have already gained enough points as to where it won't matter what the result of the second half is. But we okay. It's Hmm. Okay, so I understand what's happening here is that they don't want to have the tie guarantee with Anne. Hermit is a more unstable hunter. So that does mean that we can see maybe the result turn around. However, this is not really a Hermit counter comp necessarily or at all really. I would say they're trying to counter Gamekeeper. They're trying to counter Dream Witch. I feel like they may have. I don't want to say forgotten about the Hermit, but I mean, with that Barmaid ban and the Gravekeeper ban, Akka is very transparently banning for a Hermit. I guess, benefit of the doubt, Dream Witch, but Gravekeeper, I think, being here is very. Okay, and yeah, we are going to get Wildling rounding us out. This is not a very anti-Hermit comp. This is not a very anti-Hermit comp at all, and I am very worried that Hermit is going to be the name of the game. I'm very surprised at the lack of First Officer as well. I keep having to look again and make sure. Actually, First Officer and I mean, I understand not picking Mercenary. However, I feel like Wildling is just not the vibe here, especially if we are going to be looking at a Hermit. I mean, okay, maybe I'm wrong. We're not going to be looking at a Hermit, but we're setting the stage for a Hermit. I mean, the only real issue for a Hermit here is, I mean, Novelist is annoying, Entomologist is annoying, but there's not much Cheerleader can do because the stuns just stop her in her tracks. And Wildling. The problem with Wildling is that his decoding is bad. And First Officer's decoding is actually slightly better, so I feel like First Officer just would have been better in this situation, especially if we are going to see a Hermit. But, yep, okay, we are going to see a Hermit. Yeah, I feel like that the writing was kind of on the wall for that one. I'm not I'm not confident in Fav's ban pick in this situation. I mean, to be fair, if you lock something like Enchantress to try and counter a Hermit, then Akka can just go Dream Witch and then your Enchantress is useless. So I do understand it from that perspective. However, it's just I feel like Barmaid would have been a better first pick instead of Novelist. But I guess Narisu just wants to play Novelist. I guess Dacho just wants to play Wildling. I would say that might be the thought process here, but it's still there's only so far that confidence can really get you. So, yeah. Well, definitely not complaining about seeing another Hermit match. We're going to see him spawning near near the graveyard exit gate. We're going to see Narisu at the double 11 there. Dacho in the center, Appai in the center house, and Felix up near corner house dancing geisha. So, yeah. That's going to be the name of the game here. I feel like if Fav wants to win this, they're going to need to be on point with their switches, with their healing. That was the main thing that took them down in the last Hermit match. I would say this match, they if they want a chance at bringing it to a 3-man or a 4-man escape, they need to be on point with that healing. They need to be bringing some form of healing builds. They need to be, communicating with each other. I would say the strength of this team is that you do have pretty fast moving survivors. Okay, and we're actually going to be bringing double Tide Turner here with the Cheerleader as well as the Wildling. That's interesting. And Flywheel as well from the Entomologist and the Novelist. But yeah, heading into first half of round 5, once again, if Akka is able to draw or better, we are not going to be heading to the second half of the round, and RC will take the victory. But Wildling immediately with that Tinnitus cancel. And Narisu taking our first chase. It looks like we have not actually... Okay, no, we have connected the ciphers. We're only going to have Felix here on the charge. We do have Akka with Insolence, as well as, I believe that may be... Okay, that is Warp. We do have Warp this time. Narisu nicely done with the swap. Unfortunately, with that pallet broken, there is nowhere for him to run, and that is going to be our first hit taken. That was off the charge, so we will be seeing no damage to the other members of the team. Appai kind of getting in the way with those bees. However, that does slow down the decoding here once again. We do have almost every cipher on the map has been touched here in this situation. We're going to try and drag Akka away with the bees. Unfortunately, those bees just not quite getting a lot of distance there. Narisu taking the red charge here once again. That's a dangerous situation here for the rest of the team. Dacho has swapped off, and ooh, nicely done with the flywheel swap. Are we going to see the pallet stun? Yes, we will be seeing that pallet stun. Nicely done there from Narisu. But with this, if Narisu is able to continue the containment... Oh, we're actually going to use the warp here once again. Looking for the camera trick, trying to hide where he is. Akka trying to set up another stun. Narisu is going to dodge that one, but we do have the teleport in here. And Narisu actually just incidentally running into the stun. I do think that he was not looking at the floor, instead looking at Akka trying to gather another book. But that is very unfortunate here. Felix now at chip damage plus injury. We're going to see Akka looking at the ciphers, actually reconnecting them. I don't know if that was an intentional reconnection. Or if we were trying to just force both of those survivors to keep their polarity. But Dacho coming in for the rescue now. We'll see one stun, not two stuns though. We're not going to try and delay this out. I actually think that we wouldn't be able to delay this out, and it's better to conserve the stuns for later anyway. Nicely done. There we go. There we go. That's a little bit better there. Using the stun right during that teleport. Unfortunately, Narisu is going to take a hit, but he's not downed yet. We do have cheerleader support coming in as well, but Felix actually leaving the area, not going to keep that support up. It's a little bit surprising there. Okay, no, cheerleader support is back. Oh, but unfortunately, Felix not able to use that dash to eat that hit, not quite able to body block, and Narisu will be seeing second chair. We're at 4 ciphers remaining. Ciphers moving very, very slowly. Now, we are on a Hermit match, so that means that we can swing this back around later stages of the game, but let's see. We have Wildling basically cipher locked right now because he is very, very, very close to being dead. Felix and Oppai. Felix and they can both come in for the rescue. The issue, of course, is that everyone is on red polarity. Dacho is on also on red polarity. Off cooldown though, so I would assume. Oh, well, I was going to assume that we would see a switch to blue sooner, but unfortunately, Dacho is going to go down there. We will have that damage shared. Narisu off chair, but another warp coming through. Oh, Akka teleporting up the stairs, cutting off that route within the center house. We're going to see blue charge here once again, and Narisu is going to go down. Felix was in the area to support. Unfortunately, just not quite able to make that count. There's going to be one elimination on the board here for Akka. The best case scenario here is going to be a 3-man escape for Fav. Otherwise, as soon as Akka gets the next elimination, it is over. They need to regroup. They need to heal. 4 ciphers remaining here. Not even a chance at dungeon if we get down to 1 man. But even then, it would not matter. We're going to see Dacho on board. Oppai just isolated on this side of the map with the bees. We're going to see a very long stun and a second very long stun right next to the tram. Beautifully done from Akka. Oppai taking the blue charge here. None of the survivors are at a point where they can switch. They are continuing to decode. They're actually not healing up. We're going to see Oppai flywheeling that first stun. Unfortunately, not able to flywheel the second, and that is going to be another down. Oh, wow, how appropriate. That was the Eye of Darkness itself, by the way. Yeah, it's over. It's over. But I mean, very well played for the first few rounds from Fav. But yeah, they were just not prepared for a hermit here, and Akka just was able to take full advantage of that. This is going to be GG's in about a moment. There's really there's no way out of this. Oh, I think the stream just buffered, but yeah. That is all. That is all for that match. And that is RC victory. Akka unchanging, never showing that on his face, just kind of, taking it in stride. But yeah, just what a set of rounds. I don't want to think about the early round game pick or the only early round ban pick, honestly. But yeah, very well played there from RC. Very well played there from Fab as well. I mean, Yami really kind of getting into his stride in these last couple matches. I'm excited to see what he's able to do in autumn IJL. But yeah, Fav definitely has a lot of work to do on their survivor side, I would say. Because they do have very strong hunters, but just it's the lack of coordination. Coordination is really, really what you need to have against a hermit. You need to be able to heal. You need to be able to swap polarity. You need to be able to decode, and they weren't getting that rhythm in either of the hermit matches that Akka played against them. I'm honestly very surprised that they didn't ban hermit in that final round. I feel like, I don't know, maybe they had just, thrown in the towel at that point and said, you know what, we'll take the hermit, at least we'll go out in style. But yeah, I mean, it's a little bit disappointing to not be able to see Fav's hunter side once again, but kudos to RC. Very, very well deserved third place. And I am going to take a brief break before we head into the final matchup with Zeta versus Fennel. just to get a snack, rest my voice for a moment. We're looking much better on time than we were yesterday, that's for sure. Which, to be fair, yesterday was overtime city, so yeah, I guess it's appropriate that we're looking much better on time. But with all that said, I will see you all in a moment. Don't go anywhere. I'll be back in like a minute, and stay tuned. That was the wrong screen. Um, all right, heading back into things. We've got Fennel versus Zeta for our finals matchup in IJL. So definitely, I would say not the teams that expected Zeta. Did not expect Fennel. Definitely expected RC. Kissing my apples goodbye. But Fennel really, really fighting hard to get to this spot. So I am very excited to see what they bring to the table here. What they're able to accomplish. They have a very, very strong survivor side. Hasha as well, just dominating that hunter side. It is very interesting, honestly, because Fennel and Zeta are, I believe. Well, okay. To be fair, we were kind of seeing Axis Wave on a solo hunter grind, just because we weren't seeing Riaze getting subbed in. But for most intents and purposes, Zeta and Fennel are two of the only teams in IJL that have only one hunter. They don't have a sub hunter. They don't use a sub hunter. They, it's Alf City in Zeta and it's Hasha City in Fennel. So it's very interesting to see that these are the two teams that made it into the finals. Are we seeing kind of uh a decrease in the strategy of having, round 1, round 2 hunter and then continuing, or not? But I guess uh we will see. Something's happening here. Uh, okay. But yeah, heading into, let's get to our introductions, shall we? We've got Emco, Resident Harasser main, we've got that Prospector and Antiquarian, as well as Magician on the table here. Emco really, really stand out. I do think he actually won Best Rookie or some sort of award along those lines. They did like an award ceremony in between the first and second matches here. I don't remember all of the awards, and I haven't looked into all the awards that were given because I was trying to avoid spoilers all morning. But yeah, Umco did win, I believe, Best Rookie. I know that Kairu actually won a Content Creator Award, Kairu from AWG. We've got Maiken, our rescuer here, with Mercenary, Wildling, and First Officer. Very, very standard. Maiken, very, very good rescuer. I started paying attention to him because he got hit by the tram like 3 or 4 times in one match last year. I think it was last year. I actually don't remember when it was. But I know he got hit by the tram quite a few times at some point in the past, and that was kind of where I started paying attention. But um yeah, Maiken, very good rescuer. I do Fennel has really kind of come up and grown on me this year. I wasn't really a Fennel fan before. I mean, like, I was there's not really teams that I dislike here, but you know what I mean. And we are going to see Sasori rounding us out here, Aeroplanist, um, Aeroplanist, Coordinator, and Magician as well. So, yeah, we've got our very balanced team around here. Very fun team around here. I mean, this is going to, flip it on its head completely when we get to the Zeta Survivor lineup because it's Harasser, 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 and Shinami. But, yeah. And heading over to the Hunter side because we're taking a very long time over here. Oh, actually, no, I'm sorry, YoGG. I forgot you existed. I always, for some reason, whenever I go through Survivor lineups, I like clock out after 3, and I forget the 4th Survivor is going to be there. So my apologies, YoGG. But we do have the Entomologist, Acrobat, and the Seer lining up here. But yeah, I mean, Emco, I'm very excited to see Emco's harassment versus Alf because I feel like that's kind of where things are going to get tricky for Fennel because Zeta is such a harasser heavy team. Alf scrims against Kazuneko. So, automatically we have that advantage here on the hunter side because you're going against, you're practicing again. I mean, to be fair, that applies for most teams, that applies for most IJL teams, if not all IJL teams, is that they do have the chance to practice against very, very strong harassers. But yeah, I mean, it's going to be difficult for both hunter and survivor. But Alf, man of the hour here, we've got opera singer, Ivy, and Anne as well on that hunter lineup. I do still think it's so funny. I bring this up often, but I do think it's so funny that Ivy is only ever called Ivy. No one ever calls her the Shadow. She's just Ivy. I've gotten a little bit more loose as well with how I refer to hunters. I should probably tighten back up on it again at some point. calling hunters by their proper title, but also, I mean, Anne. Anne is Anne. Who's disciple? Ivy's Ivy. But I mean, Zeta has been absolutely on fire in this finals bracket. They kind of, they always have this like deceptively slow start. They kind of like feel things out. They lose a couple matches at the start of the season, and then they just sort of grow and grow and grow that momentum. And I would definitely expect them to come in here flaming. But looks like for our round one map pick, we're going to see Sacred. Is that Sacred Heart Band? I believe that is a Sacred Heart band, and we're going to be seeing Red Church as our first map picked from. Was that Fennel actually? I'm bad at direction. Okay, yeah, Fennel is going to pick our map here as Red Church. So again, we're looking at these much smaller maps coming through on our first round band pick. Last matchup it was Arms Factory. This matchup it is Church, so we are looking at these very small maps. Now, this does mean that we're kind of looking at the Hunter side of things. If the survivors are able to get one escape, great, but I feel like the expectation here is going to be a double 4K, unless that doesn't happen. But Red Church, I mean, a very good map for Ivy, a very good map for Opera Singer. It's a strong map. It's a very strong map for Hunter, but it's also a strong map for Survivor. There's a lot of pallets, there's a lot of windows, there's a lot of tight containment areas. Ivy does make that a little bit more difficult because of the leech capability, but it's relatively, you know, you can loop an Ivy. As long as your leech is on cooldown, you can loop an Ivy. So that's the situation that we're going to be dealing with from Fennel, but heading up with a very a very tanky team here. We've got the Magician, Puppeteer, First Officer, and rounding us out, let's see, I would say, okay, we're going to see the Acrobat. Definitely a very strong lineup here, regardless of the Hunter that Alf chooses to go. We're kind of still looking at that round one Opera Singer, round one Ivy, you know, either or. I would say maybe Ivy would be a little bit stronger here. Okay, no, we are going to go with the Opera Singer, just kind of, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. An Opera Singer, regardless of the nerfs, Alf's Opera Singer has been so, so strong. And with a team like this, you really just need to keep up the speed, because it doesn't matter how many hits they can take. It doesn't matter how much time they can waste. As long as Alpha is just able to make them not waste that time, it's possible with an Opera Singer. And especially on a map like this, her map control is a lot more intact, even with the nerfs. The Shadow Dance doesn't last as long. Cooldowns are longer. Because Church is so small, it's much easier for an Opera Singer to handle. So we're really set up very well here for Alpha in this first round. I would say that the biggest issue is going to be Emko's ability to waste time on that Puppeteer, Myken's ability to waste time with that First Officer. All of these survivors, except for YoGG on that Acrobat, I would say are very, very good at wasting time. So with Sorcery here as well, with that Magician, again, time waster, I would say Magician's a little bit more easily mind-gamed than the other one, so I would say Magician or Acrobat would be a good first chase in this situation, but Acrobat does have a lot to work with on Red Church. We do have all of the windows to work with, pallets, invisible windows as well, or not invisible, but like, windows that you can't vault through. I believe Acrobat can vault through odd places on Church, so a lot of versatility for this team to work with. And Alf is going to be bringing Blink here, actually, not Warp. I did kind of expect a Warp, but we do have Trump Card to work with later in the game. So heading into things, round one, game one of IJL Finals. Alf heading right towards YoGG on Acrobat here in the northern corner. We're going to drop a shadow here, looking for that pallet mind game, and nicely done with the ball. YoGG winning that mind game here. We're going to get the slow bomb in as well. Of course, this is an Opera Singer, so it doesn't matter that we are slowed down, because that dash has not been slowed down. A little bit of an unfortunate hitbox moment there. Very, very close to being a terror shock, but we are going to see the firebomb coming through. Unfortunately, YoGG not quite able to make it to that pallet yet. We do not have Flywheel on this team at all, actually. Every member of the team except for First Officer is bringing Broken Windows and Borrowed Time. Continuing this containment over to the over to the church, and that's just a little bit unfortunate there. YoGG missing that bomb. We are going to see the interaction bomb doing its work here. Alpha doing a very, very slow vault into the church. However, basement is also here. Now, Alf can definitely choose to not go basement. However, it does look like that is what we are going to do in this situation. We do have basement to work with. That does mean the survivors can opt to sell. However, Alf does have a lot more opportunity for map control because this is such a small map. Now, we will see that the ciphers are moving along here. We've got 95, 96. Okay, that cipher is going to pop fairly quickly here. We have other ciphers at 60%, 50%, and around 20%. It does look like we're doing a little bit of rotation now, trying to get Myken in position for this rescue. Alf looking around the outside, trying to wide camp a little bit. It actually looks like we may be selling YoGG here, which would not be the worst situation. But no, Myken actually going in for this rescue quite a distance away. We're going to drop down, and oh, Alf actually getting the hit right at that drop down. We're going to see YoGG taking another hit here as well. Myken needs to get out of the area in order to avoid a double down. And it does look like he was able to successfully do that. YoGG is just going to not quite take another hit there. We already at full presence, so Alf doesn't need to take extra shots here. And that is going to be our first survivor elimination here at 4 ciphers remaining. Now, we do have very good progress on those 4 ciphers that are remaining. And it looks like we're actually starting a 5th cipher here. But we've got over 50% on our final 4 ciphers. Now, that does need to translate into the remaining 50%, 40% being put onto the ciphers, and it does look like that's being done over at that 75% cipher. That is being hard at work, or being worked on very hard. And we have not quite been able to return to any of the other ciphers yet. Survivors are looking around. Nicely done hiding there from Sasori, just barely out of the line of sight from Alf. But yeah, just going to continue to kind of toy around this area. Alf has tinnitus, does not know where that survivor is. Sasori just playing around here. It looks like we are trying to find that survivor, but in that time, we are at 3 ciphers remaining here. Accelerated decoding is active. So, oh, and actually just running directly into Emco. That's going to be a hit taken. Of course, we are looking at Puppeteer so that it's only chip damage away. And we're going to take another hit as well. So we're now at half health here from Emco, and we're actually going to go ahead and teleport over to Myken. Now, Emco cannot heal here. Sasori is not injured, and of course, we do have the injured first officer as our next target, so there's no opportunity to go ahead and heal that Puppeteer up. It's a little bit unfortunate for Fennel, but Myken making great use of that final pocket watch. We're going to see a little bit of an yeah, we did accidentally overlap the, yeah, Alf was not in range for that pocket watch. Oh, and just barely missing that Terror Shock. Nicely done from Myken. Just continuing this containment as long as possible. We're looking at over 70% for our remaining 2 ciphers. However, that final cipher is not being worked on here, and Myken unfortunately not able to vault that pallet in time. Really no option for him there. The shadow decoy was there, so Alf could have just shadow danced back in that case. But we will be looking at a primed cipher for this rescue. Sasori needs to come in for it, but it actually looks like Emco is going to come for it. Using the puppet here. Alf doing a nice job of blocking off the way, trying to force Emco out of the puppet in time. But oh, Alf accidentally shadow dancing back a significant amount, going to lose the target there and actually allow that free rescue. We're going to just go ahead and pop the cipher here while Alf's dash is in cooldown, dropping the pallet as well. We do have our trait switch here is active. Almost with the teleport. We do have nicely done on that Terror Shock. Teleport is almost up, but unfortunately that gate is open if they're able to make it out in time, and they will be able to make it out in time. So that is actually a draw here for Fennel survivors in a situation that very well could have meant a 4-man elimination for Alf, but very, very well played on that survivor side. Just keeping him contained, not allowing him to pressure the map at all. And selling selling the Acrobat there as well was a really, really good decision. Even if, Acrobat did go straight down, it did allow the Tide Turner to waste plenty of time, brought Alf away from that center, but also Sasori with the hiding there, forcing that Tinnitus in the center of the map. It's really, really well played there from Fennel Survivors. But heading into, let's see. Yep, we're going to have Zeta Survivors coming out here for the second half of round 1. And Hasha, of course, making his appearance as Fennel's Hunter. Alright, here we are. For the team introductions here, we got Shinami in our rescuer slot here for Zeta. Every day I miss Mochi, and I hope that he is back for Autumn IJL. But he is on hiatus right now, so we will see Shinami. I do honestly wonder what's going to happen with that. If we're going to see, more team substitutions, more team switch arounds. I guess, we'll just have to wait and see for the transfer period. But yeah, very exciting. Shinami has been doing really well in this rescuer slot. Still getting used to him being on Zeta instead of Scars. Very much still getting used to that still. Somehow. I mean, it's been a whole season, but it's still jarring. It's still jarring to see him on Zeta. But we'll see Dolisu here, Mr. MVP. We've got the Priestess as well as Magician and Cheerleader, but Dolisu just such a strong support player. Really, really strong support. Strong with that Priestess, strong with that Cheerleader, strong with Magician as well. Just really, you cannot go wrong on the support angle with Dolisu. And Hamatsu as well, kind of our sub harasser, I would say. I'm still surprised to not see that Antiquarian there, but I do suppose that is Kazuneko territory. We do have the Prospector as well as the what is he doing? Thank you, Hamatsu. But it's nice to see that his hair is growing back. He shaved it at the start of the tourney season, but it is coming back in nicely. And the man himself, Kazuneko here, with that Aeroplanist, Antiquarian, and Acrobat. We did get to see his forward momentarily yesterday, which was an exciting kind of blast to the past there. But yeah, exciting to see. I am honestly, you know, as repetitive as it is, it's good to see that Zeta did find their footing. I was a little bit worried about them at the start of the season. They were kind of lagging behind. But I mean, they were able to bring it back around. They were able to really hit their stride. And yeah. And heading over to Hasha here, we're going to see the Bloody Queen making her appearance here, as well as the Opera Singer and the Ivy. I'm definitely interested to see what he brings out today, because I mean, again, when we're dealing with best of 5, when we're dealing with round maximum 5 rounds, I love BO5. I really do. I think that best of 5 is kind of the best format. I mean, BO3, obviously, you get through it, it's quick and done. But BO5 is when you really start to get kind of those interesting picks, those fun picks. We get the Bloody Queen mirror match from yesterday. You get more Disciple. You get pretty much, when the meta is as kind of rock solid as it is right now, with the Ivy, with the Opera Singer being those first 2 picks almost every single game, it really, once you hit BO5, because then it's not over in the first 2 rounds. So as soon as you're able to drag it out for longer, you get much more interesting picks. It's a lot more fun to watch, when you spend a whole season watching Ivy Opera Singer, Ivy Opera Singer, Opera Singer, Opera Singer, Ivy Opera Singer. But of course, we are still in that round 1 territory here, so It is more to come. More to come with that. There we go. More to come with that Ivy Opera Singer combo. But heading into the second half here, we have a draw result, so kind of neutral for both teams. You know, you can 3-man, you can 4-man on either side of the equation. It's a very neutral standing here for our round one, as opposed to a 4-man elimination from Zeta would have put Hasha in a much different position. So I would say, you know, obviously we do still need to push for the greatest result, but it's a much more comfortable situation to be in than having to 4K. We're actually going to see First Officer locked out right away here. We're also going to see Cheerleader locked out right away. Um, with coordinator prisoner, and we're going to lock out the antiquarian here as well. I would say in this situation we could lock in a magician if we're going for that kind of tankier, time wasting picks. Puppeteer is also still on the table. We've got, I mean, I would not expect to see Prospector at this point in the match. We're taking a long time on this Survivor pick, though, waiting until the very last second. Okay, yeah, and it's going to be the Aeroplanist. That was long. That was a lot of decision making there for Zeta band pick. But yeah, Aeroplanist still very, very strong pick. I would say that's probably going to go to Kazuneko unless the last pick is very Kazuneko focused. But I mean, right now it's pretty cut and dry. We've got Shinami on first officer. I would say Dolisu is going to stay with that cheerleader. And final pick here. We're taking a long time to ban the Survivor as well. We're really thinking these through. We're going to ban out the Seer here. Say Psychologist is definitely on the table now. Perfumer, possibly. Magician as well. Puppeteer. All of the above. But wow, I'm getting NAU tournament flashbacks with how long these picks are taking. I mean, to be fair, there's definitely a lot of thought that needs to go into this, so I'm not surprised that it's taking a significant amount of time. But um, hello. Looks like we might be heading on a pause. Or did the interface just oh, okay, no, it's gonna be magician. All right. Don't know. Don't know what was up with that, but I'm glad that it was resolved very quickly. And yeah, magician to round this out is definitely not a bad pick at all. Definitely a very, time wasting as well as just a strong pick. Very stealthy, very annoying to deal with. Obviously you only have 3 wands, but okay, yeah, we are actually going to see Dolisu on that magician. We're going to see Hamatsu taking the cheerleader here, Kazuneko on the aeroplanist, and of course Shinami on the first officer. Yeah, I would say, at this point, Zeta just needs to aim for a draw at least. Just avoiding getting 4K'd is the best possible situation here. But man, they're taking their sweet time with this with this selection. I would say for persona traits here, I would definitely expect to see, I would say maybe flywheel on cheerleader if anything, but I feel like broken windows, especially because we are on church, there's a lot of windows, there's a lot of pallets, you definitely want to be able to use the map to your advantage, so I would say we're probably going to be looking at triple broken windows and obviously tied to oh man. Well, at the very least, this does show that technological difficulties can affect any level of competitive play. All right, there we go. We've got Hasha locking in that opera singer here for our round one. Stand by. I'm just gonna continue to fast forward here because I don't know what is happening on the technological side of things, but it does not seem good. All right. We're getting into the band pick or the spawn picks now. Doing very well. Getting back on track here. Looks like, yeah, Delisu going to be in middle of those broken walls or breakable walls. Kazuneko flanking near the graveyard. Hamatsu in the center at the church, and we've got Shinami spawning reception. Hasha opting to spawn near the shack. I would say Magician's definitely not the worst first chase, however, it is Dolisu, so Dolisu a very, very strong kiter. I'd say that may prove to be a problem, but okay, we're actually going to go with a little bit more varied of a persona than I had anticipated. We're going to actually have double Tide Turner on First Officer as well as Aeroplanist. Aeroplanist also bringing Flywheel. We've got Flywheel and Broken Windows on Cheerleader, and we've got Broken Windows on Magician. So we're looking at a bit of an earlier meta for opera singer, a very defensive opera singer meta here, which is honestly not unprecedented, especially because, Zeta knows that they cannot afford to get 4K'd here. They need to be able to get a draw at worst. But heading into things, it does look like Dolisu is going to be our first chase here. Hasha setting up many, many decoys around the area. Is dashing around, trying to box Dolisu in. Oh, and missing that pallet mind game, unfortunately. Dolisu is going to be able to break it. We are going to see, we're going to see the cheerleader coming through with the support. That wand is off cooldown immediately. So that was one wand used. We're going to see the second wand used here just to make it to that pallet. Nicely done. Going to try and play the pallet mind game here and missing that hit as well. Opera Singer hitbox really not working in Hasha's favor in this situation. We've got one decoy remaining here from the Magician. Cypher is coming along very, very nicely. We are going to force out that blink from Hasha, and that is going to be the first hit of the match. However, our final decoy from Dolisu, and yeah, that's good. This is a very long containment here, coming to a minute and a half into the match. Cypher's hard at work. Zeta did not do as much rotation as they were doing in yesterday's matches here, but on Church, I mean, there really is only so much rotation you can actually manage. Dolisu is going to go down here, but that was a very smooth 3 Cypher kite. And yeah, that's going to be 3 fully pop ciphers by the time that we've got that chair in play. So even from First Officer here. Does look like Kazuneko is going to come in for this first rescue, which does make sense. You do want the tankier rescue to be able to come in later on, not taking damage right away. And Kazuneko playing around. Nicely done with the hover. That was smooth. Unfortunately, Delisu taking a hit right away, but with the no damage rescue, that does mean Kazuneko can stay up, stay intact, not needing to heal. So that was very well done from Zeta. Delisu just trying to die as far away as possible from where the decoding is happening. We do have those last 2 ciphers started here. 33%, 18, 19, 20%. A little bit slow, but Deliso can definitely sit on chair for a minute here. And Shinami coming in for the rescue very quickly, I will say. Not wanting to waste any time. To be fair, I mean, we have seen quite a few Terror Shocks happen tonight, so I guess that is kind of the name of the game. But Shinami playing around very close to the chair here, trying to get either hit or the chair hit. Shinami is going to take a hit, and that will be Dolisu off chair here. Shinami staying in the area, looking for that double hit. Dolisu approaching 90 seconds of containment there. And ciphers are moving pretty quickly. Shinami actually taking another hit. Dolisu is still up, and we're looking at 88, 89% for that final cipher here. And unfortunately, Dolisu is going to go down, but I think the cipher will be able to pop in time. And that is exactly what Zeta is going to do. Very, very well played this match. Dolisu just keeping this containment up. He is going to go down here, but is Hasha going to be able to make it to the other gate in time? We do have Trump card. We do have that trait ready to go, but that exit gate actually hasn't been touched yet. We are going to teleport right away, heading for that opposite exit gate. We do have Hametsu in our sights, but with that cheerleader fully equipped, flywheel and 2 dashes, Dungeon is in the area. It just is a matter of whether the other 2 survivors will be able to make it to the exit gate in time. And yes, they are starting to open it. Hasha getting a little bit turned around in this corner, looking for Hametsu, has actually lost sight of him completely. Unable to keep up this chase. Yeah, right now we're expecting Hamatsu to be looping this area, but that is not what's happening. Hasha just getting completely lost in this corner, and Hamatsu actually making a break for the gate itself, not staying around the dungeon. Hasha just staying in the graveyard, not quite picking up on the fact that Hamatsu is completely out of the area. Now, we don't have any dashes remaining from Hamatsu. We are going to need to be very, very careful here. Shinami looking to take the hit, and he does actually take the hit with the pocket watch protection, and that is a 3-man escape here for Zeta in the first round. Just so nicely done. And yeah, that's exactly what I was saying at the start of the match there, with Dolisu being that first chase. On one hand, Magician can waste a lot of time, doesn't have much in the way of extending a kite outside of those decoys. However, it's Dolisu, and Dolisu is a very, very strong kiter. Proven here again today in that first round. But yeah, just what a containment there. And that really does kind of set the stage here with this. I would say possibly we're looking at a very survivor-sided matchup. Heading into round 2 here, we're going to ban Chinatown from Fennel. Zeta is going to pick Leo's memory, and it looks like we're actually going to see Hasha hunting again here right away, forcing Zeta survivors out right away. Little bit interesting that we're actually not taking, the alternation here, especially after that match. I feel like Zeta survivors are going to come into this pumped, and Hasha is really going to need to step up his game. I do wonder if they're going to go ahead and ban Ivy and leave the opera singer on the table, because that's the real thing here. They have full reign of who they want to ban, who they want to allow out, because they're starting this at an advantage, or Zeta survivors are starting this at an advantage. So yeah, really good positioning here for Zeta coming into the first half. Oh, there we go. Oh, that's very cute. But yeah, coming into the first half of round 2 here. Okay, there we go. Yeah, we've got, unfortunately, first officer has been locked. They do have mercenary on the table still, wildling as well. However, if hmm, if we lock Ivy here, I would say that would be better for Hasha. I think banning Opera Singer and taking Ivy might be the move here. We are going to ban the coordinator as well as the antiquarian, so going for the stunners first. I would say Hasha probably wants to play. Okay, we're going to ban the Ivy, let out the Opera Singer, so we're just going to hard counter Opera Singer. I would not be surprised if we see Magician here once again. We may also see well, no, not Cheerleader. Cheerleader's been locked. But Magician, maybe even Mercenary. Zeta does like to pick their rescuers first, but that is going to be Wildling. So yeah, Wildling definitely a better option here than Mercenary against the Opera Singer, just in the interest of wasting time. That really is all it is. I mean, Wildling can be kind of a double-edged sword. He is very slow when he's not on boar, but as long as he's out of the way, as long as he's not being chased, which you can't chase him because of that boar, unless you want to waste, an inordinate amount of time. But we're going to go ahead and ban the Puppeteer, allowing the Seer out, which is a little bit risky, but then again, Puppeteer does take more time to get down in the early stages of the game, and that's definitely what Hasha has in mind here. not wanting to let the Puppeteer out. We're going to ban the Acrobat as well. Will we see possibly a Harasser pick here? I would say maybe a Magician once again, just because he's still on the table. We could also see Aeroplanist here. Okay, we're going to go with the Gardener. Yeah, definitely not a bad pick. I mean, Aeroplanist would kind of, double up with the patient. But we've seen that plenty of times before, having two of those distance breakers. Now, patient can struggle against Opera Singer, but on Leo's, I would say the strategy here is going to be to use the factory to his advantage. Kazuneko on Gardner as well is very, very dangerous. Delisu on Seer. We're going to have Shinami on that Wildling. Seer here is definitely going to be a problem. Gardner is going to be a problem. I would say Patient's likely going to be the easiest first chase here, but they will also very likely spawn Patient in Factory. So that's going to be another thing for Hasha to deal with. If we're ending up with this Opera Singer at all, I mean, very well, we could not go Opera Singer. We could go any other hunter on the board other than Ivy. We could go Bloody Queen, but this is a very strong Bloody Queen counter comp as well. So I would say Opera Singer still on the table here, and very likely going to be our pick. And yep, that is going to be an Opera Singer. So yeah, three rounds of Opera Singer. I really do feel, Opera Singer is not going anywhere fast. Well, actually, no, she is going places fast, and that's why she's meta. But in terms of the meta, she's not going anywhere fast. I would say even with the new nerf, I feel like it's going to affect basically which teams do keep her on. I would say we'll probably see her less in the more amateur leagues, but I do think that she'll stay in prominence in pro leagues, if that makes sense. But Hasha is going to spawn in the bottom corner here. We're actually going to see Jolisu taking the factory spawn. Hametsu very, very close by, though. Definitely looking to rotate into that factory. Kazuneko in right below the Christmas tree, and Shinami up at the shack. Yeah, it's a good position for Zeta to be in right now. Coming off of a win in the first round immediately, because a lot of the times, especially in BO5, teams do tend to play it slow. We'll draw the first round. That's exactly what happened in the previous match with RC. We'll draw the first round, we'll drag it out, we'll see what happens. But Zeta, right to business, right on fire, just wanting to close this out as fast as possible, it seems. So, but heading into things, we're going to be heading right towards the shack for Hasha, not wanting to allow Zeta any time to rotate. We're going to have Delisu once again taking this first chase, at least for now. I would say it's likely that Hasha will try to switch targets, possibly, but I do feel like, chasing Jolisu first here is definitely not bad, especially if we are able to get a hit in before the Owl returns. Unfortunately, that's not going to be the case. I do think the Owl will be returning now. Yes, Owl has returned, so we do have that Owl up. Jolisu is just going to continue breaking pallets, but oh, nicely done right through the pallet there. We are going to get our first hit in. Jolisu does have another Owl to work with, and I do believe that's Blink here coming from Hasha. So Blink is nearly up. Yes, okay, Blink is nearly up. We're going to see that Owl coming in here. And Hasha is going to wait it out. Now, this does waste time once again. Oh, and missing that hit as well. This Opera Singer hitbox just not working in anybody's favor today. But Doliso is going to go down to the blink. We've got 3 ciphers on the go, a little bit slower than the previous match. However, we are still looking at 1 cipher fully popped by the time that Doliso is chaired. So, yeah, still looking good on the cipher side of things. And it looks like Hamatsu is actually coming in for this rescue. Now we are... Oh, no. Running Tide Patient. Good on Hamatsu for being a little bit cautious here. Going to try and kite out the remainder of that cooldown. We're going to see one... Okay, yep, we got the hook off cooldown. Hasha, unfortunately, not able to catch up in time, so that is a good rescue here, but it does look like we're going to go for the double down. And doubling back here just to catch up to Dolisu. There's not anything that Dolisu can do in this situation, and that is going to be a double down. Very nicely played from Hasha. Dolisu just running into the corner, trying to waste as much time as possible here. We've got 3 ciphers remaining. 2 of them have just been started. We've got 1 remaining from Hamatsu in early game. That is at 67% there. And I mean, very good cipher progress as well. We have abandoned the other cipher, I would say, presumably for Shinami to come in for the rescue. However, we do have Kazuneko hard at work at that 60% cipher, and that's moving very, very quickly. We'll see Shinami coming in for the rescue. Now we do have Hamatsu on share, and it looks like we may be forcing Hasha's attention away from Dolisu on Seer. So that's going to be a little bit... That's very good for Zeta. It's going to be a little bit dangerous in the long run here for Hasha. Oh, and another owl coming through! That wastes a lot more time for Zeta here, allowing Hamatsu to get back into the factory as well. A very, very good place for a patient to be, even with no hooks remaining. Unfortunately, it does look like we are going to take a hit here, and that is going to be Hamatsu down. We also have Shinami down, Dolisu at half health. However, Dolisu is dead on chair and has completely left Hasha's radius, so that's very, very good here for Zeta. Okay, Lola wanted out, so I'm back. But we are back on Dolisu. It does look like we switched to teleport. That's my bad for leaving at apparently a very crucial moment. And Dolisu will be sent back to the manor here. So very well played from Hasha, switching to teleport there and allowing that 1 elimination confirmed. 2 ciphers remaining here. We're at 82% on that second to last cipher. 19% and 37%. And it actually looks like we're going to start another new cipher here, trying to distribute this decoding as much as possible. Shinami is on board. Hamatsu trying to get as much distance away from Hasha as possible, but it does look like Hasha has picked up on that blood trail. Now, this area is a very strong containment area, but unfortunately, Hamatsu losing the mind game there. I love the cuts to the back room, and that is going to... I believe Hamatsu's actually dead on chair. Yes, Hamatsu is dead on chair, so this is automatically a draw situation, if not a 4-man elimination in this situation for Hasha. Very, very nicely played here. Now, we do have 1 cipher remaining. Ciphers are looking under 40%, so if Hasha is able to, I would say at this point, not going for Shinami here, continuing to try and find Kazuneko over at this cipher is a good idea. It looks like Kazuneko hiding right in that corner, but unfortunately just popping up there. I don't think he was actually visible. That Lady Truth costume doing a very, very good job of keeping him concealed. Unfortunately, just popping up at the wrong time. And Hasha is going to take full advantage of this. Wildling is back on a cipher of 43-44%. Unfortunately, it's just not going to be easy for Wildling to actually complete that cipher. We're going to go for... Oh, getting the hit right off of that board there. Going to go for the teleport, and yeah, Shinami can contain for quite a bit here on this boar. However, as soon as that boar runs out, which should be another, I would say, 15 and 20 seconds here on boar. maybe less than that. It looks like we're looking at the very end of that Boar's Legacy, and Shinami is going to go straight down there. Kazuneko is no longer working on that cipher, is running away, but this is looking like a 4K pace here for Hasha, really bringing back that momentum for Fennel. Heading all the way across the map here, looking around, trying to see, did I miss that cipher? Is that cipher shaking? No. Kazuneko is still running away, but it does look like we have picked up on that blood trail. And Kazuneko in the line of fire here. We're looking for that pallet mine game. Kazuneko is going to be able to get the bubble out. Are we going to be able to get the down? Yes, nicely done there from Hasha, and that is a 4-man elimination here to start us off in round 2. So that's 5 points to Fennel, no points to Zeta. Of course, Alf can absolutely bring this back, but now the pressure is on him in order to close this gap that Fennel has just created. But heading into the second half here, Alf obviously with a lot to answer for if we stop buffering. Please. Please. Please, no buffering. Why are we buffering for so long? Alright, well, how's everybody doing today? Provided that... Okay, no, my stream's still going. I don't know what's happening here. Let's reload. Okay, there we go. As it turns out, refreshing the page changed everything. So, yep, we are back in business heading into the second half of round 2. I thought I had the timestamp right, but did I not? Okay, yeah, there we go. Yeah, I mean it's very fun matches. It's been very fun matches. But heading into second half of round 2 finally here, now that my thing has stopped buffering. First 2 bans are going to be Antiquarian and Coordinator. Definitely very typical here. I would say the main... Okay, yeah, we are going to go ahead and ban Opera Singer. Ivy definitely on the table. The rest of Alf's Hunter pool absolutely on the table right now. We could even... I would say... I mean, depending on the comp here, I feel like... Yeah, Fennel taking a little bit of a defensive route here, going to lock in that Embalmer as well as the Aeroplanist. Definitely not even with that 4-man elimination that Hasha was able to get, Fennel survivors want to make that count. And it's not going to count for anything if Alpha is able to get a 4-man elimination. So Embalmer definitely a very good asset here. I'm a little bit sad to see him locked out so early on. However, it definitely makes sense, and I do think that Alf would have opted to ban the Embalmer had they not selected him first. So that is... Yeah, that's a good choice. We're going to have Prospector as our final ban, First Officer as well, and we're going to see Mercenary and Acrobat as our picks here. But definitely a very strong team here. We're going to see Emco on that Epco on the Acrobat, obviously Myken on the forward. Forward? What? Mercenary. Hello. Aeroplanist here for Sussery, and Yojiji on Embalmer. I would say if we do see an Ivy here, yeah, maybe a little. Maybe just a little bit. And yeah, we are going to see the Ivy coming out here. This is definitely a good team to play against an Ivy. It's really going to matter if Fennel is able to coordinate around her. Now, I will say, actually, something that I noticed, I did go and read through the patch notes earlier, just to see, because we are getting, the nerfs and the buffs and etc. this week. I was looking through, and they're actually kind of buffing Ivy a little bit in terms of Embalmer, because I at this point Ivy, if she leeches the, I don't think you can be during Rebirth. There was something about how Ivy's being adjusted where, like, while an Embalmer or while somebody is being rebirthed through an Embalmer, the corruption can stack. I guess it couldn't stack before. So that's going to be interesting. That's definitely going to be interesting to see. Even with the Ivy nerfs, that's kind of a buff. Or I mean, it is a buff. So, yeah. But we will see. Yep, it looks like. Why is the blink icon so faint? I can't tell if it's faint because it's on the neon green or if it's just like that. But yeah, we've got blink here as well as insolence and detention. Very standard Ivy build. Looks like we're bringing no. Oh, okay. We're actually doing no borrowed time on 3 survivors here. We've got no borrowed time. And flywheel plus broken windows on acrobat, embalmer, and aeroplanist. Mercenary is actually the only one with borrowed time, so kind of an opera singer ish persona web, but really just very defensive, very focused on keeping Alf occupied, which is absolutely what these survivors need to do. Is just keep Alf on one target at a time. Looks like MCO is going to be our first chase, but actually playing around here with the camera, looking at the other tablets that have been set up already from Myken. Are we going to be able to get the stacks? It looks like we missed that first scare, and no, actually getting the second scare here on MCO at 61 stacks of corruption. Looking once again for a sandwich. That interaction bomb is going to slow Alf down quite a bit, but we are going to be able to leech off YoGG. A little bit of an unfortunate rotation here for Fennel. Going for the blink here, and ooh, nicely done from Emco, using the flywheel as well as the bomb to just avoid that hit. Very, very nicely done. And yeah, the Will Nib in chat is because Mercenary got picked and I called him forward by accident. Because I am very good with names. But continuing this loop around the factory here, Alf cornering Emco. We are able to leech once again. This is a very long containment. We've already got 1 Cypher popped. And that's going to be our first hit on Emco. Almost 2 minutes into the match. Now, we are working with an Ivy, so regardless of how long this first containment is, it's really going to come down to the end game. And with Insolence in play, it's definitely going to be difficult for Alf to kind of, or Alf really going to need to get that presence here. So we're actually switching targets over to YoGG. Looks like committing to YoGG actually. Heading towards the Cypher, looking for a sandwich here. Trying to keep eyes on the main body as well. But Alf getting some, not really directionless. It actually looks like we're running into Emco once again. Now with an extra hit from YoGG. But now we're getting into the map control portion of the game. Nicely done with the camera trick. And yep, very, very good on that scare. That's going to be our first down here, 3 minutes in. Now, Cyphers are looking very, very healthy. The issue is that this is an Ivy, so even with that beautiful containment to start us off, YoGG is still injured, and we do have eyes on him with the Yith. So that's going to be a little bit difficult here for Fennel, especially with, it looks like the coffin is actually right there. Is the coffin in factory? Okay, no, I think it's just close to factory, but it's definitely close enough. We're going to get a hit on Myken for that rescue. Not going for the double hit just yet. It looks like we're going to try and sandwich Emco once again here. Going for the stun, but unfortunately, Emco not quite able to flywheel out of the radius. And he is going to go down once again. Now, he does still have another chair to sit on. We've got 1 Cypher remaining here. Ciphers are at around 60%. So I think they can definitely manage a 3-man endgame. They're just going to have to be really, really careful about it. Saucery getting forced off this Cypher. But it looks like YoGG actually heading in. We are going to Yith off Myken here, but that rescue is pretty much free. Alf not teleporting back just yet, but we are going to be able to leech off Emko, and now we are teleporting back. Going for the scare, unfortunately not connecting and missing the blink as well, but Emko overcompensating, not expecting Alf to hit that wall. Very unfortunate there. I mean, to be fair, there wasn't a lot of room for him to maneuver around, but that is going to be our first elimination. However, Cypher has popped here. We're going for the exit gate sussery 50% of the way through, but the Yith is almost approaching. And is he going to be able to get it open? Not quite yet. We've got 10% on the opposite exit gate. YoGG with the Yith. It's going to be very, I would say tie. They can still, if they're careful enough about it, because that exit gate is definitely still at enough progress here, they can force this, but it's not going to be easy. It's definitely not going to be easy. YoGG nicely done on the rebirth. We're going to have Myken at the gate, 60% as well. Just trying to spread Alf out here. Sasori heading back towards the exit gate at 75's 80%. That gate is going to be opened in just a moment. We are looking at what can definitely be a tie situation here, even with YoGG going down. We've got Myken heading back towards the opposite gate. Alf can't teleport there just yet, and Myken is still on cooldown for the Yith. So if he is able to get to that gate, he can open it. We can also push for dungeon in this situation. YoGG will be taking off sooner or later. I doubt that Fennel is going to try and go for the 3-man here, but it actually looks like Myken is just going to go ahead and try to go for the gate. We can eat a detention hit, so unless things are crazy here, I do think, yeah, Alpha's not going to be able to get that stun in time. And that is going to be a very, very well played draw. Fennel will be taking that second round as a victory. So points right now, let's see. All right, so Fennel actually has a 3-point lead on Zeta here. So very, very well played coming out of the second round. I mean, especially after, you know, the draw and then the 3-man escape there in the first round. Fennel really turning around that energy. I mean, I would expect that it's just going to keep going back and forth because, you know, once you get, I was saying this a lot yesterday, I think, but once you get to this level where the teams are so evenly matched, it's very, very, you know, you start getting that tie game. You start really kind of locking in on having these evenly matched teams. But heading into round 3, we've got Arms Factory as our map pick. Hasha back up in the Hunter slot. And our first 2 Survivor bands, I would say we're likely going to see Coordinator once again. I wouldn't be surprised if it's Coordinator Antiquarian. Okay, no, we're actually going to go the completely opposite route. We're going to lock out the Seer as well as the Forward. Forward a little bit interesting here, but I definitely understand in terms of if we're looking at a Bloody Queen coming into this round, Forward is definitely not what you want to see, especially in that early game. Now, this does mean that Zeta can lock the Antiquarian. She will be globally banned for the rest of the rounds, but wouldn't be a bad choice. Really would not be a bad choice. I mean, there's definitely an added level of danger if we are going to see the Bloody Queen here with the Antiquarian, because she does need to be very close range. She's a little bit ineffective against the Bloody Queen's mirror. However, okay, we're actually going to go with the Gravekeeper as well as the Barmaid. So this is a good it's a good Bloody Queen counter pick. I would say it's kind of a Hermit counter, but I don't think Hasha has Hermit unless but we are going to ban the Antiquarian out next. So it's a little bit unfortunate here that we're not going to get to see Zeta Antiquarian and Puppeteer rounding us out for the bans. We're going to lock in Aeroplanist. And for a final pick here, I would say we can probably like do something like Gardener maybe. Or okay, we're gonna go with the Prospector. So yeah, very heavy on the harassment here. Or not heavy on the harassment, but definitely having that harassment here is going to be very, very good. Okay, yeah, I was gonna say, I wonder if we're going to see Kazuneko on the Aeroplanist, and then we're gonna have a Hamitsu on the Prospector, and that's exactly what's going to happen. So very, very fun here. We're going to see Dolisu as well on the Barmaid, and Shinami, of course, going to take that Gravekeeper. So very, very strong comp here. Obviously, we have banned the Opera Singer as well as the Ivy, so we can see the Bloody Queen here. We can see Dream Witch here as well. However, this is a very strong comp against both of those characters. I would say Bloody Queen might be a little bit stronger here just because she does have a little bit more distance, a little bit more versatility, and can cut off something like the Barmaid. Barmaid is very strong against Dreamwitch. To be fair, Dreamwitch can also be strong against Barmaid depending on where the leeches are situated, but it's a little bit more unreliable than having the Bloody Queen mirror. So I would be excited to see the Bloody Queen here. However, they're probably going to go full flywheel in anticipation of that single hit hunter. So, I mean, regardless of the hunter pick here, it is going to be very countered. It's a matter of whether Hasha is going to be able to stand up to it. And okay, we're actually going to go with Disciple. I kind of forgot Disciple was still on the table. However, interesting to go Disciple here when we do have Hamitsu's Prospector on the team, because Prospector does play very, very strongly against the Disciple. Having one counter on the team has never stopped anybody before. Definitely not going to stop Hasha now. However, Gravekeeper as well is a Disciple counter. It's similarly to what I was talking about earlier with the Hermit stuns. Gravekeeper Shovel also cancels cats. So that's definitely going to be something that Hasha is going to need to contend with. It's something that Zeta definitely has in their pocket for this round. But I feel like the thing is that as long as Fennel ties, they do have the point lead. So they can play this out once again where they tie for the remainder of the rounds and then are able to get the victory that way. So it would be advantageous for them, obviously, to get more than a tie here, but a tie minimum still keeps them in good standings. So we're going to get into the spawn picks now. Kazuneko over at the shack. We're going to kind of lock Hasha in that corner with the Barmaid, Prospector, and the Gravekeeper. Hamitsu up at the shack. Dolisu in the center here, kind of baiting that first chase. And obviously we're going to have Shinami flanking right there. Here's the thing. It's like, because it's a Gravekeeper, we can't really go ahead and go, yeah, we'll chase the Rescuer first. Because it's Gravekeeper, he can just shovel. Immediately, that's the cat gone. It does waste, obviously, his resources, but it's just not very efficient. So I would say Barmaid, possible first chase. Prospector, I would say, might come in for some early game support if he's not the first chase, and that's definitely something Hush is going to need to look out for. But we will be seeing, okay, we're actually going to see double Flywheel Prospector with no borrowed time and broken windows, and we're going to see that double Tide Turner as well. Hasha is going to be carrying Warp as well. Yeah, I think the skills are just like really like transparent on that screen. But yeah, heading right into things. First half of round 3 here in Ijl Finals. Hasha is going to actually start heading toward... Okay, yeah, we are actually going to start heading towards the Rescuer. That's interesting. That's really interesting here. I do wonder... Okay, yeah, we are just going to go ahead and force out the shovel. It's not a bad strategy to go for the Rescuer first, but Zeta's kind of anticipated this by having double Tide Turner. So I feel like that alone is going to be very, very good for them. But we will see that first shovel gone. 15 seconds remaining on that cooldown, and we're looking for another cat. Shinami is going to pick up that cat. Are we going to be able to drop the Paladin time? No, actually not able to drop the Paladin time, and we're going to get first presence here. We do have Dolisu with the Dovlin. Hasha actually switching targets here, going to head for Dolisu instead. A little bit interesting. We could have definitely blocked off Shinami here, but yeah, just a little bit unfortunate. Dolisu trying to play mind games with that cat, unfortunately, is still going to take the hit. Warp here would not be a bad idea, but Hamatsu in for the support. And it looks like we're actually going to switch targets here once again, heading towards Prospector. Prospector still has a magnet left to use, another one well on the way. And yeah, just like that, all members of the team are back at full health. So very, very well played from Zeta, using kind of that rotation into other teammates to support their kite very effectively. We're going to see the warp come out here. Hamatsu playing around this pallet. Not quite. Actually using the speed boost from that center cipher. Very well done. And we're going to see the cats coming out here once again, but obviously we're trying to play around the magnet. That cat is still there, though. Hamatsu, unfortunately, not able to stun Hasha out of the magnet, and we're going to see our first down here. But 2 ciphers remaining at this point. We're only 2 minutes into the match, but Zeta Cypher Rush very much intact. Now, we do have basement here. That is very good for Hasha in this situation, because we will kind of be able to secure a tie like that if we can force Zeta to sell. However, with the Gravekeeper, Gravekeeper can absolutely rescue from basement. Aeroplanist honestly as well can rescue from basement, but yeah, it's gonna be very dangerous here. Shinami is staying above ground. I think Hasha's actually going to use the hole here to get down quicker. Very nicely done. And getting the cat actually nicely aimed with the cat onto Hametsu directly. A little bit surprised that we didn't go for the fall hit there, but also definitely understandable considering that Shinami likely would have been able to body block it. Now Hametsu dying very far away. We do have our final 2 ciphers at 75, 60% respectively. Looking very, very good here. Shinami also able to get that clean rescue. Can come in for a second one, but we may switch off and have Kazuneko come in. I do think that we're in the interest of Cypher Rush. Nicely timed on that shovel as well. But looking for the rescue here. Nicely done with the jump. Just looking for Shinami. Shinami having to wait out here. Prospector does not have borrowed time, so they're going to need to be very careful about how this rescue is done. Hametsu using a flywheel. Are we going to be able to get that cat to land? At this point, they may just pop the cipher, I feel. Yep, they are going to just go ahead and pop the cipher. They did have somebody at the gate, so we're looking at possibly a 3-man escape situation here. Hametsu hard at work getting that pallet, or getting the pallet down. Magnet stun in. Unfortunately, just not quite able to get that second magnet to land. But we are looking at a 3-man escape here, my bad. 4 Zeta survivors. Very, very nicely done. That gate is open. Shinami looking for dungeon here. And with those 2 survivors out the gate, that is absolutely going to happen. Very, very well played there from Zeta. And yeah, just forcing Hasha to switch targets like that, really, really working in their favor. Because that's the thing, as long as you can... Anne works very well when she tunnels a target, able to get that eliminated. You know, she's a very focused hunter. She's not really kind of a map dancer hunter. And that's what they kind of forced Hasha to play, is, you know, dancing around the map, trying to find a target. But yeah, really switching targets there so much in the early game, kind of allowing the survivors to reset, and then going for Prospector, who does counter Anne. Just very, very well done with that rotation from Zeta. And that does, once again, that sets them up for the next match. I do think that Fennel does still have a point lead on them, but if Alf is able to at minimum draw here, that's still going to be very, very good for Zeta, and that will have them win the round. So that'll put 2 rounds under their belt. But we are going to see Seer and Coordinator taking that first hit. Also, my fan's getting kind of cold, so I'm going to go put a sweatshirt on. Okay, we're good. Maybe. I just almost knocked my headphones completely off of my desk, but that's fine. All right. Yep, we're getting nice and cozy. We're settling in. Locking in. But all right, yep, it looks like we are going to ban the acrobat as well as the patient, locking in with the psychologist as well as mercenary, entomologist, and prospector to round us out. So really not looking for that Anne in this situation, I would say. Bloody Queen definitely still on the table, especially with these bans. I do feel like we might be seeing Bloody Queen. Bonbon has been banned. We could see Ivy again as well. I feel like we may not go with the Ivy, but we'll see. Once again, Zeta has left a very, very good survivor condition here for Alf. So he can go Anne. I would say because of the counter comp, we may. Okay, yeah, we are going to go with the Bloody Queen. Nice, nice. I like Alf Bloody Queen is very, very fun. I think it's been a minute as well since we've seen her, so yeah, I've kind of missed her. But yeah, I love like when we get to round 4 bans as well, like having just the line of perma bans on the table. And the fact that you can still build these very strong counter comps, even with, right now we're looking at 8 survivor bans, and we still have a fully meta team comp. I think I did the math on it a while ago, and I think that out of the survivor roster, there's only maybe like 5 survivors that are like distinctly non-meta, but pretty much every single survivor is viable. Almost, I feel like every single survivor is viable if you just know how to kite. I would say the only like non-viable survivors in terms of kit. I mean, at this point, like Pharaoh Lady, I would say is not really good. um, Mind's Eye is obviously questionable. Mechanic, but like Mechanic is meta. I don't remember. I would have to like go through and find like my list again. I might do that at some point, like on stream or something. But I mean, you can make an argument for pretty much every survivor being meta in certain situations. Like even Doctor had her brief moment. I wouldn't count Doctor as meta, but yeah, I mean that's the thing. It's like every survivor has a situation. Almost every survivor has a situation that they're viable in. So yeah, it really does just come down to individual team comp and skill. Like there's definitely survivors that are better in certain situations and survivors that are worse in certain situations. But you can always make an argument. Emco hiding behind a tree here to start us off. We are heading into second half of round 1 and a very early first hit with a mirror from Alf. About under 20 seconds into the match. So already we're off to a very strong start. Emco actually missing that first magnet. We do have another magnet to work with now, but yeah, we are getting off to a very, very fast start here. Playing around with this magnet, looking for the hit. Unfortunately for Alf, magnet going through, but mirror is back up. A little bit of a far mirror. Emco is kind of running out of the radius. Very good job kind of keeping Alf's focus on the main body, not allowing that mirror to get another hit. But heading into this area as well is going to be good for Emco. Ciphers are about halfway through, but this is, oh, nicely done on the flywheel, but the blink coming through, and that is going to be a down in just over a minute. Ciphers are not where they need to be. This is a very, very strong start for Alf. We're going to see Wanted Order on that Hunter build as well. Obviously, we did bring Blink as well as Trump Card and Detention here. We're going to get the mirror up on to YoGG. Looking for the mirror hit just to get a little bit more pressure on the team, but no, it actually looks like we're not going to go for the hit. Not quite within range. Yeah, mirror is going to be out, and we are going to get the hit in on Myken just slightly before half rescue. Very, very good. Unfortunately, it wasn't no damage, so Myken does need to get out of the area to avoid a double down. However, Emco does have quite a bit to work with. We do have that one final magnet here, a pallet as well. But Alf looking for the hit and unfortunately getting stunned out of attack recovery. Now, that was a very long stun, but Emco taking the hit there is going to be seeing that second chair. Now, we are healing up Myken, it looks like, from the Psychologist. Psychologist does also still have that shield, so no pressure on the team in that sense. But I feel like maybe at this point we could possibly look at selling. It would be a little bit dangerous, especially since we do need to. I would say, yeah, 99% rescue here is really what we need, but ciphers are not where they need to be for win condition here. And looking. Ooh, very, very close to resetting that attack recovery once again there, but a nice stun from Emco just to get a little bit of distance off that chair. Maiken now can body block with a very nice clean rescue. Playing around this pallet. We do have the mirror in play, and Maiken looking for that body block. Are we going to be able to get it? Yes, nicely done from Maiken, eating the mirror hit there. We're going to see Emco kiting out the mirror as well. Alf being forced to switch back to the main body as focus. Blink has 20 seconds up. And no magnet to work with. Flywheel also still on cooldown. Mirror is back up. Alf looking for the hit, and it is going to connect. Very nicely done. That is going to be one elimination here. 2 ciphers remaining. Fennel has been able to recover quite a bit of that decoding progress. We are actually looking pretty good for this endgame. However, it does matter whether they will be able to continue this momentum if they're able to reach a 3-man endgame. But even then, we are looking at a tie at best situation, or realistically at best situation, which is still going to lose the round for Fennel. Interesting skin choice from Sasori there. That is not very stealthy. I did not anticipate that B tier in particular to be picked here, but okay. YoGG taking the kite here on Bs as well. Looks like Alf actually just camping the center cipher. Maiken hard at work on another cipher, reaching about 20%. Accelerated coding is in play. Mercenary on the prime cipher, not the best. Obviously, not the best concept. But we are still here. Hello, welcome. And yep, that's going to be a very nice mirror hit on Maiken. Still at 75%. Okay, we have returned to that center cipher here, so that should be primed. That should be primed by the time Maiken is shared, or at least very, very close to it. Mirror is still on cooldown. Can we get it? Can we get it primed in the next 5 seconds? I do believe so. Yes, that cipher is primed now. YoGG coming for the rescue. Maiken does still have 2 elbow pads remaining, so if we're able to take this kite through the end game. Oh, and YoGG actually forcing Alf into the corner with those bees. Very nicely done. Maiken using 1 elbow pad just to get a little bit of distance. So we're actually just going to go ahead right for that pop, wanting Maiken at full health. Very, very nicely played there. I was going to say they need to be careful in order to have Maiken be able to take that detention hit. But Alf, knowing this, is just going to go ahead, switch right away over to Sasori. Oh, very nice flywheel! Very well done. Unfortunately, Sasori just caught in a very tight place there. This is looking like a draw. With that blink in use, Alf is not going to be able to switch to teleport or warp or anything of the sort. That gate is going to be open. Unfortunately, this is going to be a round 1, or a one winning round, I guess. That's easier to communicate. For Zeta with that draw, because they were able to get a 3-man escape with their survivors in the first half. Very well played, though, from Fennel survivors. And that's really, you know, their survivor side has been so strong. And they're really proving, you know, this is why they're here. This is what they're doing in this situation. So, yeah, just so well played, especially against Alf. I mean, Alf definitely was playing for a tie. But even then, you know, recovering that after that first kite, bringing it to a draw, just so well done. Especially on Arms Factory, you know, Arms Factory is a very, very good map for Bloody Queen. So, you know, everything in consideration, very well played. But we are looking at 2-1 right now for the score, heading into round 4. So, Zeta, no map ban, obviously. Zeta picking the Chinatown for their map. And it looks like Fennel is going to opt to hunt first as well. So we will be seeing Hasha coming out first here on this map. Round 4. Yep, best of 5. Best of 5. So we will be here, I would say, if... Well, I mean, round 4 was automatically guaranteed as soon as each one won one round. If we got to round 6, though, like yesterday's match with RC versus Fennel, it's gonna be... I'd be tired playing for 2 rounds, man. I mean that's the thing. That's the thing. Best of 5 is it's fun to watch, but it's much more, you really need to have your team built up to sustain that many rounds in a row. And it's why, especially when it comes to these teams, like I'm very impressed that both Zeta and Fennel are teams that don't have a sub hunter and are able to kind of withstand through the BO5 format. But it's also why you see a lot of non-professional tournaments, as well as like NAU really does not like best of 5 because it takes forever. It really takes forever, especially when the matches can go on forever, but also band pick and in between segments can go on forever too, especially in non-professional tournaments. So it's like I'm disappointed like that a lot of because I think there's been maybe one BO5 that I've commentated for in a non-professional tournament, but even then, like I think the one BO5 that I commentated for wasn't even a finals match. I think it was a preseason match, or it was like a group stage match. But because the group only had 2 teams in it, they did BO5. And it was like 5 rounds. It was 5 rounds of 4-man elimination to 4-man elimination, and there was a single draw in the second round that ended up determining the whole thing. Because it wasn't a 4-man elimination, and every single other round was a 4-man elimination. So that's how BO5s can go. Is just tie after tie after tie with just one slip up winning. And that's generally how they tend to go when the teams are super evenly matched, especially in NAU because it's such a hunter sided I love how excited this person is to be on the to be on the Jumbotron. But yeah, I mean especially in NAU where we're such a hunter sided like server, especially when it comes to competitive play, it tends to turn into that 4-man elimination, 4-man elimination, 4-man elimination, 4-man elimination. I think there is like a giant TV that shows the crowd, and that's how they know that they're on. I think if they zoom out, it'll show. But I also just say that in general whenever something's on the screen. I think I picked that up from Joopy, but I should probably fast forward here. We're at 7:36. Okay, we're literally a minute out from band pick, so we're good. All right, but yeah, heading into first half, round 4. Looking snazzy. Right now we're at 2-0, 1-0. No tied rounds, which is kind of unusual, honestly. It's a little bit unusual for it's a little bit unusual for BO5 to not have a tie or a tied round yet. Maybe this is the round where we tie. But Seer Priestess being locked out here, definitely very good. Especially, you do not want Delisu to have that Priestess. You especially do not want Delisu to have that Priestess on Chinatown. A very strong map for Priestess. So very good here that we are banning that out. I would say we might see, maybe we'll lock out that Merc here. Okay, no, we're actually going to go with the classic forward Antiquarian here. Little bit sad to see Antiquarian go, but on this map, I mean, she can be very, very strong, and especially if I would say, I think with forward in the play, we're going to have Kazuneko forward, Hamatsu on Antiquarian. To be fair, I think Merc's still able to come out just because he hasn't been picked first. That's kind of where we're at on this. So we're avoiding picking Merc first as much as possible, and then But I mean, it is pretty bold of Zeta that we have 3 rescuers in the global bans. I don't think I don't think we're going to go with a Merc for this team comp just because we do need to still focus on decoding. But with Puppeteer, still very, very tanky team. I would say maybe no, Barmaid's locked. Gardener possibly on this team. Or Dancer. Okay, yeah, Dancer. This is a very strong comp. Which is, and again, it's crazy that we can have this many bans. We're at what is it, 10 bans now? Yeah, we're at 10 survivor bans, and we still have a full, well, okay. To be fair, if I got this comp in my quick match, I would be like, okay, this is gonna be easy. But like, knowing who is playing all of these characters, like, this is a very, very strong team. And this is like a Zeta specialty team almost, especially with Shinami back on the Dancer, freed from the rescuer pit. Yeah, this is a very strong comp. Yeah, Cousin Echo Forward is so nostalgic. It's very nice to see, especially since like I've told this story a zillion times before, but like my introduction to competitive play being Sun Sisters, being Cousin Echo Forward, like it's like, oh hey, blast from the past, and he's very good. I mean, I was watching I follow like all of the competitive players on Twitter, but I was watching Cousin Echo posted a video of him like practicing forward ball in church in the reception area and just like um weaving through the pallets in reception and like weaving through the pews that are there, and I'm like, how do you do that? And there was a video that I saw a couple weeks ago about how a lot of top forwards will play on PC and they'll like connect a controller to get the forward spins, and half the comments were like, it's so crazy that Kazuneko can do it on phone. Just completely like naturally, no controller, like no PC controls, just on mobile getting those massive stuns and the precision, like it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. But I mean, that's also what happens when you're paid to do it. You practice for like 9-10 hours a day just going into customs and doing forward ball for hours on end. Like it's all practice. It's all practice, and it all pays off. Well, we are going to see Disciple coming through here. I mean, Disciple not bad. Actually, who was the did they ban Dream Witch? Okay, yeah, they did ban Dream Witch, which is fair. That's very fair here. But I feel like I would be a little bit worried about playing Disciple in this situation. I mean, definitely counters stuns. Definitely counters stuns. The problem is that we can still come in with the teammate support, and I feel like this is definitely going to be a very, very support heavy comp. So there's some stun resistance through Anne. I don't think that Hasha. I feel like maybe he's just not confident in the wax. I don't think we've seen Hasha wax in a minute. I do feel like wax would be a little bit better of a choice. Even yeah. Okay, but we are going to go with, it looks like, Flywheel on Antiquarian. We've got Tide Turner on Tide Forward is so crazy, especially like in this economy. Um Having Tide Forward, I mean, it makes sense. It makes sense with this comp, but it's still like, wow, that is something we don't see very often anymore. It's usually Flywheel on forwards. But yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing. It's like on one hand, we can counter the stuns. On the other hand, it's Zeta. Kazuneko first chase here is also not ideal for Hasha. Very good for Zeta though, because it means that all of their non-hindered decoders are in peak form. But it does look like, it looks like we did bring Warp, so we can opt to switch targets here whenever we want, but Kazuneko using a lot of that ball just to stay out of the way. We do still have, looks like about 3/4 of the ball remaining, or about 2/3, I would say. We're going down to, ooh, that was actually a long That was kind of a long ball there. We're looking at about a third ish, maybe a little bit over. Okay, that's going to be the rest of the ball. So we're actually not going to see any stuns coming in from Kazuneko about a minute into the match, and we are going to get our first hit. So that was a good waste of time. However, forward is going to be without resources in this situation. So that's a little bit unfortunate here for Zeta, especially since Kazuneko is also carrying Tide. Nothing really to work with in the long run in this situation. And yeah, Kazuneko is just going to go down, not able to make it to that pallet, but we do have Hamatsu in the area ready with the Antiquarian. Interesting that we're just going straight for the pickup though. Unfortunately the cat's just not quite in the area. I kind of expected that to be stalled out a little bit further. I suppose Hasha just wanting to waste the survivor resources a little bit more. Hamatsu coming in with another hit, but is going to get stunned in return. I don't think Hasha's lagging. I think it was just the I think it was just the slow box, but also I do think he's getting a little bit flustered here. Not really expecting Hamatsu to come in. Nicely done with the flywheel, but I don't think... Oh, and the stun's coming through without getting the cat. Very, very nicely done. And yeah, unfortunately, Hamatsu is going to take a hit coming out of that, but wow. Stunning out of the cat radius, just very, very nicely played. And we're going to have Hamatsu taking this kite, continuing up the stairs, but now we have the hotel loop to work with. Hamatsu also out of items, though. We actually have 3 survivors with no items remaining. A toy merchant would have been great in this situation. But, yeah, I mean, speaking of toy merchant, my friend the toy merchant has kind of fallen out of the meta. I feel like it's just nerfs. The nerfs didn't really affect Lawyer. We did actually see a Lawyer a couple rounds ago. I feel like he's just not kind of situationally good. Oh, but nicely done with the warp here. We're going to get... No, not quite on the double stun. That cat did not return in time. But Kazuneko is going to take the hit. And we're going to see Hamatsu continuing this containment. Nicely done right on the edge of that cat. We're going to get that stun through. This is going to be a double down here. We've got 3 ciphers remaining, but these ciphers are basically complete. Zeta Cypher Rush is really just incredible. It's just absolutely incredible. Hamatsu on second chair here, but we can absolutely go for a prime, but Dolisu is going to get forced off of that cipher. We're looking for the double stun here. Dolisu is going to eat a hit. Kazuneko on the cipher here. We're going to actually go for a double rescue, just trying to keep Hamatsu alive as long as possible. Going for the cats here. Oh! Hamatsu actually flywheeling the cat, and that cipher is going to be popped. We have a 4-man endgame. Shinami is going to get frozen there for just a moment, but because it was a second cat stun, it's only going to last for a moment. Going for the 360 here with that jump, and Shinami is going to go down, but both gates are being opened. This is Shinami's first chair. Dolisu right here at the gate can take a detention hit with Puppeteer. We've got the umbrella gate nearly open now. Dolisu drawing Hasha away from the chair. Hamatsu trying to get back to that chair for a rescue, it looks like, but not going to quite make it in time. Oh, but is actually going to be able to get the rescue off. Unfortunately, Shinami taking the hit right away. That was a very risky maneuver, though. I don't know if this was the right decision. We're going to have a double down here. Zeta getting a little bit greedy with that victory. Hamatsu is going to be dead on chair here. And we will also be able to chair Shinami. That could have been a 3-man escape. Unfortunately, Hamatsu just coming back for more. Yeah, that is exactly what just happened. Just getting a little bit too greedy there. And that is Zeta's biggest weakness. That is Zeta's biggest weakness. Is that they do tend to get a little greedy. They go for a little bit extra. They have a really good match and then they just kind of keep pushing it and it tends to not go quite according to plan. But I mean, still, just an incredibly played match. It's unfortunate. It's really unfortunate that Hametsu just went back for more, cause yeah, that's man, that could have been a 3-man. I mean, to be fair, a draw is still a draw. It's better than not getting a draw. It's better than any other losing result. However, when that could have been a win, that could be the difference between a one winning round and a losing round. I can't say one round because that sounds like I'm saying like the number one when I'm saying WON, but yeah, that could have been the difference between a winning round and a losing round here, depending on how Fennel survivors play. Then again, we are looking at a situation where if Zeta wins this round, then it's over and they've won. So they can absolutely, push for that. If so be, but I mean, look at this containment time. We have 120. Oh, that was only 125-second kite. I mean, to be fair, okay, Kazuneko did kind of start us off with an 86-second kite, and then it was picked up by Helmetsu with the 125 seconds. But the Cypher Rush was just crazy. And I mean, even with a forward on the team, to be fair, forward was first chase. And I do think that that was a big mistake from Hasha early on, was chasing the forward. Now, that was Zeta's rotation working exactly as planned. Zeta is really just the masters of rotation. But yeah, it's just a little bit unfortunate there that that was turned to a draw. Oh, it looks like did we get win conditions on the screen here? It usually pops up right before that banner, but okay, yep. So if it's a 3-man or a 4-man elimination here, then Zeta is going to take the victory. Now, again, that's the thing. If they were able to get that 3-man escape, then it would have had to be or it would have had to be a 4-man wait. If they were able to get the 3-man escape, then Alf would have only had to draw. That's what I'm trying to say. If Zeta was able to get the 3-man survivor escape, then it would have had to be a draw. But returning to the chat on the note of lawyer, sorry for being late on that. Match happened, but lawyer, I feel like yeah, it's support meta now. Prisoner does a really good job at supporting. We've seen a couple composers, we've seen a couple mechanics. Those don't come out as often, but yeah, I think the thing with lawyer is that he just can't support. He's still a strong survivor. We have still seen him a couple times, but um yeah, he can't support. He also struggles against Ivy. He's kind of useless against Ivy. The thing with Ivy is that you want to be able to decode as many ciphers at once as fast as possible. So having lawyer on the team, he only gets his decoding boost at the end of the cipher, at the end of the first cipher. He gets his decoding boost, he gets his speed boost at the end of the first cipher, so he has to fully decode a cipher before he becomes super powerful. And there's two problems with that. One, Ivy map control. Two, he can't see where Ivy is because he can't see the Yith. So he's kind of just, a sitting duck when it comes to Ivy. Which is why we've been seeing a lot more Prisoner, because Prisoner has, a lot more mobility, has the stun as well, and is just, a very strong survivor. I'm kind of glad that we're seeing more Prisoner now because Prisoner assist is really, really strong, and I feel like it's been kind of underutilized in the past. But having Prisoner on the decoding side is really, really strong. And it's been nice to see kind of that being taken advantage of when it comes to the competitive scene. Novelist is getting out of the meta just because of Ivy, really. Ivy, he can't do anything against Ivy because he has to look at her face. And I feel like because he's not usable against Ivy, we're not seeing him as. I mean, obviously we did just see him, 2-3 times in a row with the Fav match, but I feel like the thing with him is that he's very strong, but he does require a lot more assist. Um, he's a good solo container, but he was a hard counter for Gamekeeper. And I think that's where he was really shining, was in the anti-Gamekeeper meta. He's still strong against Opera Singer. But yeah, and we are going to have bird food here with the mercenary and the antiquarian getting locked in first. Patient following us up, and we're going to actually see that dancer unfortunately get banned. But definitely warranted here. Dancer has obviously been very, very strong. And we're actually going to close us off with a mechanic. So yeah, even unfortunately with the Embalmer ban, we are still going to have that kind of draw meta here looking, as long as Fennel can draw, then they survive another match. So if they're able to not get 3 or 4K'd here, then that's going to be, that's going to be their strongest asset. If they're able to 3 escape, against Alf, then it's great. But other than that, see, Painter Surge, I feel like it's been a long time coming. And I think that the recent buff really, really helped Painter, because the main issue with Painter was just that it took forever to get the painting. But now that it doesn't take forever to get the painting, you can paint a lot faster. You can get the hunter's image a lot faster. I feel like it's been a lot better for Painter, because the thing with Painter is that you get a speed boost with every painting that you place. So even in late game, Painter is still very strong. And the thing with Painter actually against Ivy is that as soon as you get like one corruption stun, you pretty much already have the face, because you're automatically facing Ivy. So you immediately get the face, and then you're free to paint. And then you get the speed boost after you place the first painting, etc., etc. And yeah, she can't get stunned on teleport, so placing the painting right in that teleport radius can be very strong. Yeah, but I'm happy to see Painter becoming meta. But even not even just against Ivy, Painter's very strong against Ivy, but Painter's just strong in general. Painter's also strong against Wax Artist, with kind of the distance stun. Stunners are weak against wax artists, but with Painter, you can kind of place the painting at a distance and not actually get waxed out of it. So it's very interesting. And I'm glad that we've been seeing Painter in kind of more situations. It's a very weird state of the meta right now. And it is kind of the result of almost every survivor being meta at this point. Pretty much every survivor has something in their kit that allows them to be used in a competitive setting, which is, I don't know if I'm the biggest fan of that in particular, just because the hunters aren't being buffed to compensate. But on the same vein, I mean, it's very difficult to balance a game where you have to balance it for total beginners, as well as you have to balance it for total beginners, and you have to balance it for the competitive scene. So it's not an easy task. I definitely, like, obviously NetEase has like a large team for their character balancing. I do think that some of the survivor buffs are kind of unwarranted at this point. I'm still, it's been a couple years, and I'm still mad about the barmaid adjustment that let you, kind of cheat out of mixing her or out of mixing her Dublins. But yeah, anyway, heading into the match here, enough of meta discussion. I could talk about that all day. But Alf with the Wax Artist heading towards Emco here. Once again, win conditions are a 3 or a 4-man elimination. That's definitely very possible with the Wax Artist. So yeah, we're heading into the hotel loop, or no, restaurant loop over here. And waxing off that window, trying to block Emco in. The issue, though, is that we're on the other side of this wall. And Emco getting a lot of distance here with the Antiquarian. We're going to go ahead and wax off another window here, and actually waxing off the Cypher as well. Micah unable to decode here. Are we actually going to go ahead? Okay, yeah, we're going to go ahead and try to chase the Merc. Actually, no, we're going to turn around again. Alf getting a little bit turned around here. Not quite what I expected. And it looks like we are going to be forced to chase the Mercenary. That is huge here for Fennel. Switching directions here, but Sasori already moving out of the way. Alf trying to find that mechanic here. It's just not quite going to work. It looks like we have actually caught sight of the bot, though. Looking for that first hit. Alf missing that first hit through the window. We're going to try, and this is a lot of wax to spend. Okay, yeah. A little bit unfortunate that it took that long for the doll, but Mech in the area at the top of the hotel. We do have warp to work with here, but actually, no, we're going to use the warp to head back over to the Mercenary instead of chasing the mechanic. that's a kind of an unfortunate decision here from Alf. But to be fair, that hotel loop is very strong. He does want to focus on getting these ciphers contained and controlled. But chasing the mercenary here, it's definitely not a bad thing. It does mean that he needs to waste his items, and it also means that there is, in theory, not another Tide Turner on the team. However, Patient as well is carrying Tide Turner. So even with Mercenary going down here, that is going to mean that we still have a Tide Turner on the team, even with our Rescuer down. Basement is in the area, though. I don't think Alpha is going to go in that direction. Yep, it looks like we are just going to chair outside here. Emco at the ready. It looks like we're going to go ahead and wax off that Cypher. YoGG heading in from the back, looking for this rescue. We are going to need to be a little bit careful here because Alf does know where the survivors are. We have 2 survivors in the area. Missing that hit. Nicely done from YoGG on that hook. And nicely done with the body block as well. Mercenary, unfortunately, does have nothing to work with, though, so it is going to be a little bit difficult. It does look like Maiken is heading into an open area, ready to take the hit and just waste as much time as possible here. Emco also in the area, though, can harass, but it is going to be a little bit difficult against the Wax Artist to get that harassment successfully with an Antiquarian. So we will see here Emco spinning around, kind of, baiting it out here. Heading for the entrance. Oh, and just barely at the edge of that Antiquarian hitbox, and a beautiful body block from Emco. Just increasing this Mercenary's containment for as long as possible. We've got 2 ciphers remaining, but they're at 90 and 85%. This cipher progress is looking so good here from Fennel. We're going to have 1 cipher popped. It actually looks like we might be going for the double prime here, or just leaving that cipher. Unfortunately, not able to get the cipher pop yet, but Merc still has 1 more chair remaining. Saucery is going to have to come in for this rescue as the mechanic. But honestly, at this point, best case scenario. Best case scenario. Looks like we're trying to wax her off here, looking for the hot wax, but YoGG coming in from the back, getting that rescue successfully. Cypher is still primed here. And yep, it does look like Emco just sitting at it. We've got Sasori at the gate, looking for that hot wax down here on Maiken, and they are just going to go for the Cypher pop. Beautifully done here from Fennel. Just playing around here, looking for that fall hit, and unfortunately Maiken is going to get waxed off. We do have teleport here, it looks like, not in fact using the warp. 42% on that exit gate, but YoGG moving away from it, not wanting to get caught out here by Alf. Fennel survivors can manage a 3-man escape here in the situation. Unfortunately, they are a little bit low on items. I think YoGG would be the most effective final chase here, but we have Emco around the dungeon. If they get a draw here, I mean, that's fine. And it does look like they are going to play for that draw. They do have the exit gate open. Alf does not have teleport any longer. A little bit unfortunate here that Emco wasn't able to use that flywheel, try to push for dungeon. But a draw still means that Fennel's hopes are alive here in coming into round 5 of Ijl Finals. Just so well played there from Fennel. Really just keeping up the Cypher Rockets. But I mean, I will say, Alf chasing the Merc, that was the end. That was absolutely the end. Tunneling the Merc. This is why you don't tunnel the Merc. And I've said it before. I'll say it again. Don't don't do that. You do not want to tunnel the Merc. Especially in that situation. You have a mechanic on the field. You have the mechanic in your sights on the field, and you warp away. So yeah. I can't say that that was Alf's greatest decision in the world, but a draw does mean that Zeta has not lost another round. It means that it was a tied round. It is just a little bit unfortunate, though, because if Zeta had been able to take that 3-man escape in the first half of the round, then a draw would have been victory. So, yeah, I mean, you can coulda, woulda, shoulda your way through the entirety of competitive play, but that is the facts, though. But heading into round 5 here, if I can grab the map band pick, possibly. I almost had it there. No, we're just going to go ahead and try to fast forward for that. All right, yep, looks like Fennel is going to go ahead and pick Lakeside Village. Zeta has the faction pick, is going to hunt first. Definitely wanting to kind of put that mark down, have Alf decide the win conditions for the survivors. If it is a 4-man elimination here, Zeta will take the victory because they are ahead in rounds. 4-man elimination would mean that the best possible result that Fennel would be able to get is a tie. Which would obviously not win them the rounds, or would not win them the matches. So, high stakes here, but if Fennel is just able to get one escape, just one escape, then that will be victory. Or that'll at least keep their hopes alive for the second half of the round. If they're able to get more than that, great, you know? But heading into, okay, it looks like I did kind of overshoot that, but it's fine. We're going to have Seer and Patient for our first two bans. Survivors are going to ban Bon, Ivy, and Opera Singer. Pretty typical. And we're going to go ahead with a second Mercenary and Antiquarian first two picks. Definitely very, very good here. And yeah, if you're like, wow, how did they do that twice in a row? After round 3, there are no longer global bans. The global bans only extend to round 3, even in best of 5. So that means that we are able to see the Mercenary and the Antiquarian once again here. Definitely very, very good for Fennel that they were able to kind of reserve these picks to the end. So we will have Acrobat as well with an Entomologist ban. Yes, you win. Little bit of redemption here. But Dancer is going to be our final ban. And we're actually going to go with the mechanic once again. You know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Let's go with almost the exact same comp that we had in the previous match, bar the Patient. It's a little bit unfortunate that Aeroplanist was also banned earlier on. But, oh, okay, yeah, it actually looks like we're... okay, nope. Going to swap around here. Sasori back on that mechanic grind. YoGG taking the Acrobat. And of course, we're going to have Emko back on Antiquarian. Maiken on the Mercenary. So, very strong comp here. I would say Alf can go... Alf could just go Wax Artist again. This is kind of a better map. There's less real loopable areas. The problem with the last match was that Alf kept getting caught in the hotel loop, kept getting caught, you know, in these loop areas, and having the Antiquarian come in to support kind of from around the corner. Lakeside Village is a much more open map. It's a lot harder to lose track of survivors like that. I would say Wax Artist for a second time around wouldn't be the worst choice. We can also go Disciple. We can also go Bloody Queen even. Who am I forgetting? I mean, we could go Wheel, but I feel like that's not going to be... Okay, yeah, we are going to go Disciple, just wanting to try and guarantee that tie as best we can in this situation. Gamekeeper would be good. I feel like the golden days of Gamekeeper are kind of come and gone. I feel like Disciple's a much safer pick. And the thing with the Gamekeeper is also that I think he did get slightly nerfed after Koa. I don't remember the specifics of it. I think it was like the radius on the traps. He starts with less traps as well. And I think they adjusted the hook again. It didn't really kill him, but it did kind of knock him down from his like prestige status. Which is a little bit unfortunate, but you know. It is what it is. It was everything but the hook? Damn. Yeah, well... That hook's been through more than enough, honestly. It's kind of all he has left. But heading in here, we're going to have Sasori quarantined over at the boat. YoGG taking the shack spawn. Maiken and... Maiken and Emko at the small boat. Once again here, if Alf is able to get a 4-man elimination, that is going to mean victory for Zeta immediately, and we will not see the second half of round 5, similarly to the last match. However, if Fennel is able to get just one escape, they will be able to continue into the second half of the round, and we'll get to see Hasha again. So, stakes are high, and we're going to see Tomato Soup for Kitties heading into this round. And heading for YoGG as our first chase. Nicely done with the jump. We're going to send those cats immediately into cooldown, looking for the movement speed boost. We've got confined space on, as well as, I believe, warp. It's going to be either warp or teleport. I didn't quite catch it in the pre-match screen. But we will have YoGG taking a cat here. Missing the jump, just getting caught on those boxes, and we are going to eat the firebomb as well, so that's going to be a very long cooldown for those cats. YoGG looking for that pallet speed boost here, heading to the next pallet. Alf unfortunately not able to get a hit in there, and those cats still have 2 seconds, 1 second until they're up again. We do have warp in play, and it looks like we are going to be able to get that first hit, but nicely done from YoGG, bombing right out of the radius of that cat. We're looking very good here, and a beautifully timed pallet drop, and actually a stun as well. Thank you for the follow. We are, I think that actually puts us at almost 100 followers. That's crazy. But yeah, heading, and missing the hit there once again. YoGG having such a good early containment here. We have the firebomb back in business with that 60-second containment. First Cypher is nearly popped. We've got 2 more Cyphers remaining. Looking for an area to use that bomb. Unfortunately, not quite able to get it out in time. And that is going to be our first hit. However, we've already got 1 Cypher popped. 2 more Cyphers well along here. It's a very, very good containment for Fennel. And we've got Emco actually coming in to support. And stunning out! Unfortunately, not quite able to stun back into the warp. That would have been kind of funny if that had happened. But we are able to just get a little bit of time, a little bit of extra time for YoGG to transition over to this paladin area. Unfortunately, that is going to be the end of that early containment. Emco no longer here for support. Did already get those support points in. And Myken in the area, looking to just waste time here, it looks like. Nicely done with that elbow pad. We are going to take a hit a little bit early out, but actually coming in for the backdoor rescue, Sasori! And that means Mercenary is still going to have that Tide Turner. We will need to heal him up, so that is going to take a little bit of time. But already 2 Cyphers remaining. That mechanic really just helping along that Cypher progress so well. And YoGG with just a huge amount of distance away from Alf here. Almost getting that cat, and YoGG with a beautiful final bomb there. Unfortunately is going to go down, just get caught at the very edge of that cat radius. But wow, just so well done here. And we do have a second chair to work with. Myken does still have Tide Turner. We've got 86, 87% left on that Cypher. And it actually looks like we may see Sasori coming in for a second rescue. Yes, we are going to see Sasori coming in for the rescue here. And the Cypher is primed. All survivors do have borrowed time, so whoever gets hit here, it doesn't matter. We are just going to go for that Cypher pop and have a 4-man endgame here against Alf. Once again, win condition would have been a 4-man elimination, but we're looking like a 1-man elimination, maybe a tie. But with that warp being sent into cooldown right away, it looks like we may only be able to guarantee just 1 elimination here. Now, we are catching up to YoGG, trying to go for a long chair. Actually, no, we're going to drop Sasori here. Heading for YoGG in the corner. We could turn this into a tie. We can turn this into a tie. YoGG down. If Sasori is able to self-heal or possibly struggle free, we could turn this back. Now, Myken does still have Tide Turner. That's definitely something to keep in mind. Myken does still have Tide Turner. Going for this chair here as well. We'll see if Sasori uses the self-heal. Okay, Sasori is going to use that self-heal. Are we going to be able to get enough distance? Sasori going to try and push for dungeon, it looks like, possibly. No, Myken actually coming in the area, looking to body block, it seems, or at the very least coming in for the rescue. And we're actually going to see Mechanic trying to use that bot heading towards the exit gate. Emco in the area, looking for a stun, possibly. Alf definitely getting very afraid here. This is a bit of a sticky situation, though. Fennel can absolutely overextend here. It's a very dangerous position to be in. Emko going for those stuns. This is very, very tense. Sasori not quite able to get that bot to the gate just yet. It actually looks like Emko's on the way over. But with these survivors up, he doesn't need to chair Sasori. Alf does not need to chair Sasori at this point. I'm going to just focus on trying to get the other survivors down. Mercenary taking a hit. Will he be able to make it back to the exit gate in time? He can also just self-heal. But, oh, and Emko trying to go for the heal. We do have detention out. Detention is out, so Emko can take a hit. But, I almost wonder if they've overextended this. This can absolutely be a 4K, maybe a solo escape. If Mike the gate is open, so if Mike can self-heal and make it out the gate, then they'll stay alive. But this could have been a draw. This could have been a draw. They just overplayed it. They wanted to push for more. And unfortunately, that just was not the right decision. I don't think Sasori should have used self-heal there either. I think that Sasori should have forced Alf to pick him up. And then go for the struggle free. But yeah, it's unfortunate. It's really unfortunate. And yeah, absolutely. Too early with detention. We can we can open the gate, which to be fair, I mean, they're all getting greedy. They're all getting greedy here. Zeta could have won in the previous round if they hadn't gotten greedy. So it's really just a matter of I guess greed here, but this may actually still be a draw. We've got 20 seconds left on detention here. Myken does still have Tide Turner. Myken does still have Tide Turner, but it does look like he's just going to head towards the gate. We do still have 2 elbow pads in play, though. I feel like if they wanted, they could probably push for a 3-man at this point, but unfortunately... no, that is still going to be a draw. Wow. Wow. Incredible endgame there from Fennel. A little bit unfortunate that they did overextend a little bit, but wow. Yeah. Very, very risky endgame there. And that is going to lead us into the second half of round 5. And yeah, I did remember to set up the PNG this time. I forgot to do it. I didn't even realize until like 3/4 of the way through yesterday's stream, but I did remember to put it back. It's not entirely accurate anymore because I did get a haircut, but it's, you know, I still love it very much. But yeah, back to the win conditions here. I do think that if Zeta is just able, okay, yeah, if Zeta is able to draw, or if they're able to get a 3 or 4-man escape, then they will win. If Hasha is able to 3-man or 4-man eliminate, then Fennel will win. Thankfully, though, we are not looking at an overtime situation, which is very good. For a multitude of reasons. 1, to preserve my voice. 1, to not have another. Well, I guess we're probably coming up on 5 hours, aren't we? Okay, actually, we're running at like 4.5. We're running at like a 4.5-hour stream. That's not 5 hours, so we're looking good. But yeah, I mean, hey, 5 hours is not bad. 4.5, 5 hours is not bad for 10-hour and 9-hour streams. So, yeah, I think we're good. But heading into the second half here, once again, all Zeta needs to do is guarantee a draw with their survivors, which they can absolutely do. So it's really going to be up to Hasha here. We're going to ban the Antiquarian as well as the Seer. Would not be surprised to see a Merc coming up here first. But for the Hunter bans, I would say they may actually go ahead and ban Disciple in this situation. I feel like they might ban Dreamwitch just because Hasha Dreamwitch is very scary. But Disciple might be a ban. Okay, no, we're actually gonna go ahead and ban the Bloody Queen. So Dreamwitch still okay, yeah. I mean, to be fair, they can absolutely hard counter Dreamwitch again. As well as Prospector still on the table if they want to lock in a Prospector here to counter the Disciple pick. But Yeah, there's a lot of options here for Zeta. Okay, it looks like we are going to go ahead, lock in that Mercenary as well as the Aeroplanist. So with Patient off the table, we are going to have that Aeroplanist in play. But it really is, if Hasha... Okay, we're going to ban the Coordinator here. Prospector is still on the table. Prospector very much still on the table, so... Yeah. Okay, we're actually going to go ahead and get the Priestess out here. Dolisu on Priestess, kind of slipping under the radar. Very, very good here for Zeta, especially if they want to be able to guarantee that tie. Priestess, obviously Priestess is a little bit situational. Hasha could go Wax Artist to try and counter that Priestess, but again, the global portal is really what we need to be concerned with in this situation. There's a lot of support that can go through that, and especially with the way that Hasha can get turned around here and forced to switch targets, that global portal can really come in handy. So having Dolisu on Priestess here is going to be very, very good for Zeta. But with our final pick, we do see that that Prospector is going to get banned, and Psychologist in his place. So I would say we're going to see Aeroplanist, Kazuneko, Psychologist Hametsu we've seen before, yeah. And then Shinami on Merc and Dolisu on that Priestess as soon as we kind of get that rearranged and locked in here. The nice thing about Zeta is that they are very predictable with who's going to play who. Like, ridiculously predictable with who's going to play who. I feel like there's no surprises. As soon as they lock somebody in, you can tell pretty much exactly who that's going to go to. But yeah, less harassment here, but to be fair, Hasha did kind of take away all of that harassment. I'm a little bit sad to not see Batter, but if we are going to be looking at a Disciple, to be fair, I guess Batter would be good, but in the interest of Zeta's Cypher Rush, Batter would not be great. So having this team with Priestess has a slight decoding debuff, if I remember correctly, but it's only 10%. That's really not a debuff at all, especially once accelerated decoding's in play. But yeah, I mean, it's very good here. It's very good here for Zeta. Even if we do go Disciple, even if we do go Dream Witch, I mean, this is not an easy team comp to go with. And okay, we're actually going to go with the Gamekeeper. So for, I guess, everybody who's been asking about the Gamekeeper, I guess he's back. I feel like it's a little bit of a risk here, though, just because there's a lot of distance that can be pulled on these teams. There's a lot of prediction as well. I would say we might be looking at Flywheels if they were anticipating the Dream Witch or the Disciple. We might be seeing Broken Windows, but Flywheel may be on the table here, especially for, I don't know, actually. We might be seeing that Tide Flywheel combo here on Kazuneko. Other than that, I would say it's pretty likely that we'll see Broken Windows on the other two, so that's not too bad for a Gamekeeper situation. But like the support that can come through here from Priestess, the support that can come through from Psychologist as well, going to be very, very strong. So yeah, it's not gonna be easy for Hasha to 3K 4K this. He's just going to have to play very, very aggressively. So yeah. It's just a little bit nerve-wracking, you know? I mean, when you're in a situation where you need to tie from the survivor perspective, it's not a fun one to be in, but to be fair, with the way that these matches have been going, I feel like it's a pretty ideal situation. I mean, it would be one thing if they needed 2-3 escape, 4 escape, but needing to get a tie here, it's definitely stressful, but it's a lot kinder than some of the other win conditions that they could and have been up against. So yeah, we will be seeing that Gamekeeper, though, taking a bit of time. I swear to God, if I fast forward, it's immediately... Okay, no, actually. we're heading for a while there. All right, taking our sweet time getting into spawn selection here. We're going to have Dolisu over at the big boat ready to get that support in. Shinami and Kazuneko and Hametsu all in the corner, kind of locking Hasha into that cornfield. I would say we'll probably be looking at Hametsu first kite. However, Psychologist immediately taking 3 hits is not easy to get around. There's also it's a little bit unfortunate as well that Gamekeeper doesn't immediately start with that chip damage. That does make it a little bit more difficult to work with. But yeah. Heading in for the final bow, the final handshake here. This is the ultimate last round of IJL Finals to decide the victory. Once again, Hasha needs to get a 3 or a 4-man elimination. Zeta needs to get a tie or better in order to win here. But, I mean, the fact that it is this close is just testament to how strong these teams are, how deserving these teams are of being in this spot. It is very it is very good. It's been a very good final to watch and to commentate. Is Weepy getting buffed? I'm not I haven't actually paid attention to the I looked at like the hunter buffs. I didn't did he got Oh wait, it was a cooldown buff, right? It was like they reduced his cooldown slightly and they made it faster for him to get into the rocket. But they nerfed the teammate speed, I think. A little bit. If I'm remembering correctly from the patch notes, but I don't know if it'll be particularly notable. I feel like it's more of a quality of life adjustment than anything. But okay. I mean, we have seen Weeping Clown in quite a few tournaments already, so I feel like if anything, he'll continue to be that like situational pick. But yeah. I feel like he didn't really need a buff though, if I'm being entirely honest. It kind of feels like just throwing a bone out to Weepy. But I mean, it's not even like he's an unpopular character. He actually gets picked quite a bit. Or he did get picked. He got picked quite a bit. I think a couple months ago, we were seeing him fairly often. Yeah, it looks like we are going to take a minute just kind of bask in it because it is the penultimate round. Unfortunately, oh, okay, we're actually going to get right into it here. All right, final match, final round here. Heading towards the shack, we've got Hametsu getting a lot of distance here. Hasha placing a trap that will likely be helpful later. And we've got the hook in cooldown now, heading towards the middle. Looks like we actually okay, we're placing it. Was that a second trap, I think? Yeah. But looking for, ooh, nicely done from Hametsu, getting that pallet stun, kind of trying to play the game with the hook. Unfortunately, just not quite going to be the case. Hasha getting a little bit turned around here. Hook sending itself into cooldown a little bit early. But we are about a minute into the match. Zeta did do a lot of rotation in the early stages, so we are seeing a little bit of slowed down Cypher progress, but there is our first hit, and we are working with a Psychologist on this first chase, which means that Zeta does have a lot of time to reset, regroup here, and actually getting into the big boat here with plenty of room to maneuver. Very nicely done here from Hametsu. We're going to force out that blink. That's our second hit, so we do have chip damage now on that hook. But with Dolisu still on the boat, question mark? Okay, no, Delisu's actually rotated away from the boat. There was just that one support portal set up, and Delisu was out. Oh, and Hasha missing that hook through the window. That's a Pepe hook from back in Koa. It is possible to hook from the stairs through that window. Unfortunately, Hasha just missing the aim on it a little bit. Fortunately, Hamatsu is going to go down here. It actually does look like we were carrying Flywheel on Priestess as well as Aeroplanus. Aeroplanus not actually having the tie that I expected, but unfortunately, Psychologist does only have that broken windows to work with. So no Flywheel there, unavoidable. And we are going to see our first chair about 2 minutes into the match. We are looking at one cipher completed, 2 more ciphers well on their way, and Hasha not going to waste time with breaking that portal, heading back to the chair here, looking to get chip damage on Shinami, but Shinami looking to bait that out, force Hasha to hit the chair with the hook, and that is actually going to be the case just by a hair. I don't even know. How the hell did that hit the chair? Honestly. That should not have hit the chair. That should have hit Shinami point blank. But of course, that is just the hook judgment being what it is, which is very, very debatable. And we are going to send that hook into cooldown, getting the fall hit on Hametsu, but all the way in the back here. Unfortunately, no stunners here to kind of make this count, but of course that is going to waste time and is going to give Zeta enough time to almost make it to 1 cipher remaining. Now they are just starting that final cipher now, but still incredible cipher progress here, barely 3 minutes into the match, and accelerated decoding should be starting in just a moment. So already we are at a great pace here for Zeta, looking for a tie minimum. Looks like they may just go ahead and sell Hametsu, which does mean that Hasha's attention is going to be focused on this chair. But a little bit slow progress here on the final cipher. We're looking at 20%. Actually, a little bit of rotation happening now. Mercenary taking this chase. Hasha does have Blink still. We will see that kind of coming off cooldown in a moment. But now I would say would be a good time. Okay, no. Oh, a Terror Shock! Terror Shocking the Mercenary on that vault. Very well done from that Blink. Of course, Shinami does still have the Bolt Loop to work with. Is just going to go ahead and fall into that corner. And with this chair removed, it's going to be a very long chair here for Hasha to be able to get. And there's definitely a chance here that Shinami could struggle free. That cipher is nearly primed as well. I do think we should be able to make it to the chair in time. Just barely. Oh no! Struggling free right in front of the global portal! And they are just going to go for the pop. Shinami not able to take a detention hit. Unfortunately, not going through that portal. But this is looking like the tie that Zeta needed to win. Still a minute left on that teleport cooldown. Is Hasha going to be able to make it to the gate in time? If anything, he'll be able to make it in time to catch Kazuneko, possibly. But no, with that hook being sent into cooldown, it is over. That is a draw result here for Zeta Survivors. And that is going to mean that they are the 5th consecutive IJL champion? I guess. Well, I mean, they fought that out. They absolutely deserved that win. Give it up for another year of fart accessories, but yeah, very well played. Absolutely well played. They're very well deserved. They fought that to the very end. And it was genuinely, it was just a hair away from that being Fennel's victory, but very well fought, very hard fought. Yeah, just well done there from Zeta. And there's always autumn IJL, guys. There's still autumn IJL in just a few months. But yeah, my apples too. Congratulations to everybody who did put down Zeta, because again, they are, I do believe this is 5th consecutive year of IJL champion. Undefeated. This is kind of why I think it's funny, not to like get completely off topic, but this is kind of why I think it's funny when people get mad about Before You winning every single year. It's not just us. It's actually very far from just us. And there is actually Before You isn't actually undefeated either. They did lose. They did lose IVT 1 year. So Zeta is steadfastly undefeated in IJL. So yeah, it's not just NAU that has one team that's like hogging the top spot. But yeah, very well fought here from Zeta, and a very well deserved win, I will say. But that is all from me. Unfortunately, I have not started learning Japanese yet, so I will not go through the ending speech that you can watch on your own. Other updates from me. I do think that I'm going to do videos for IVL possibly. Um, we'll see. We will see what I decide to do for that. I don't think I'm going to stream tomorrow just because should probably take a day off of streaming. But yeah, I'm gonna try and get into a more regular streaming schedule. I have a nicer work schedule now, so I can definitely do that. Maybe I'll start ranking again in the upcoming season. We'll see. But IVS is coming up. There's also a bunch of IVTs going on. Korea IVT is going on right now. Um, and obviously IVL is still ongoing. Other than that, I have a Discord server now. You can find it linked on my Twitch. You can also find it linked on my Twitter, which is at Lethal Crash. Go follow me there if you haven't already. We're almost at 100 followers on Twitch, which is kind of crazy. I don't know if I don't really have anything planned for 100 followers. Because I didn't think about that. I kind of only just looked at the following count and I was like, oh, damn, okay. Um, but yeah, I will be posting the stream to YouTube. Subscribe to that if you haven't already. It's also 206 Bones. It's also linked on Twitch. Anything else that I should cover? I don't think there is. If you guys have any ideas of things to do for 100 followers once we get that far, uh throw them at me, please, because I am bad at coming up with things. Maybe, I don't know, maybe like customs against my hunter or something. That would be funny. But yeah, hunter roulette. Hunter roulette would be fun. Unfortunately, we're at the end of like anniversary season, so we won't have why is this being auto modded? It caught bones? Or it caught Bones Lizard as like a bad word. I don't even know what part of that was bad. I, I don't know. I don't know what that was, but yeah, maybe I'll do a Hunter Roulette stream when we hit 100. Um, just to yeah, we'll play around, but we'll see. But yeah, thank you guys for coming. It's good to be back once again. If you missed yesterday's stream, Patootie got censored earlier. I don't even know if I saw that. I don't even know if that popped up for me. That's funny. I love the automod. But yeah. If you missed yesterday's stream, that's up on YouTube. If you missed part of today's stream, it'll be up on YouTube in several hours. It took forever to upload it yesterday. So it'll probably take forever to upload it today because it is, 4.5 hours long. But yeah, if you've been here since the start, thank you so much. If you joined halfway through, thank you so much. If you missed part of the stream and you're just showing up, very sorry. But we are coming to a close. But thank you guys for coming. It's again, I do love streaming, which is why I'm dragging this out so far. But I will see you, I say maybe Thursday I'll stream again, tentative date. But we'll see. But again, thank you guys for coming, and that's all from me. So goodbye.